Good morning, everybody. Are we ready to get started today's adventure? Whatever we want to call it. All right. Are you ready, Sheriff? Are you ready?
We've already done ours. I don't know why y'all are here.
All right. Good morning. Welcome to 2026 budget hearing. I guess we will get started this morning with ordinances. Jennifer, if you want to put them up on the board.
Are we going to do the pledge? No? Okay. Okay, so you have several ordinances to introduce on first reading. And then as you make any changes, those will be reflected in your adoption ordinances or second reading for September 9th. So the first one is to fix compensation of all county officers, deputies, and other employees, and fixing the number of deputies and other employees. And these are initially based off of the salary statements that come from commissioner's recommendation and then the department's review. And so they prepare those and turn them in, and this is what the salaries are reflected in the budgets that you have before you.
So we need
Probably need to go through those one at a time.
Okay, one at a time. And so I'll need a motion. I'll need a motion to approve first reading.
I'll make a motion to approve first reading of ordinance 2025-26-CL as stated.
All right, I have a motion in place from Councilman Murray, second from Councilman Richard. Any discussion? All those in favor say
I
aye.
think I need to do a,
What?
I need to do a roll call.
Oh, roll call,
Yeah.
sorry.
Right, Doug?
Yep.
Okay. Hamilton,
Aye.
Vernon. Aye. Basham.
Aye.
Carson. Aye. Dolam. Murray.
Aye.
Richard. Aye. Okay, ordinance 2025-26 CL passes 7-0 on first reading. Your second one then is actually the county budget ordinance. Again, these are estimates. They're advertised a little bit high just to give you flexibility. And then as you make changes, those will be reflected in the final ordinance here.
I'll make a motion, we approve ordinance 2025-27-CL first reading as presented.
Motion in place from Councilman Murray, second from Councilman Richard. Any discussion? Okay, roll call.
Vernon. Aye. Basham.
Aye.
Carson. Aye. Dolam. Murray.
Aye.
Richard. Aye. Hamilton.
Aye.
Okay, ordinance 2027, or 2025-27 CL passes 7-0 on first reading. Second being the same item except for the the solid waste management district.
Make a motion, we approve ordinance 2025-28-CL first reading for the solid waste district as presented.
Motion in place from Councilman Murray, second from Councilman Richard. Any discussion? Roll call.
Basham. Aye. Carson. Aye. Dolam. Aye. Murray.
Aye.
Richard. Aye. Hamilton.
Aye.
Vernon. Aye. Ordinance 2025-28 CL passes 7-0 on first reading. The next one being the same, except for the Little Weal Conservancy District.
Make a motion, we approve ordinance 2025-29-CL first reading for the Little Weal Conservancy as presented.
Motion in place from Councilman Murray, second from Councilman Richard. Any discussion? Roll call.
Carson. Aye. Dolam. Aye. Murray.
Aye.
Richard. Aye. Hamilton.
Aye.
Vernon. Aye. Basham. Aye. Okay, ordinance 2025-29 CL passes 7-0 on first reading. And then finally, you have one here from the recorder that states that their perpetuation fund can be used to support their operating expenses. I don't know if there's anything, Doug, you would like to elaborate on that one. There is a sworn statement by the recorder that states that she is agreeable to do this. And this is because we've moved operating from the general fund to the perpetuation fund.
All I was going to add was the sworn statement.
Okay.
It's in good form, I think.
All right, without,
This isn't any different than what we've done in the past, correct?
all right, without, I'll make a motion, we approve ordinance 2025-20-CL, first reading for the Recorder's Perpetuation Fund as presented.
Motion in place from Councilman Murray, second from Councilman Richard. Any discussion? Okay, roll call.
Dillon. Murray.
Aye.
Richard. Hamilton.
Aye.
Vernon. Aye. Basham. Did I say Carson? Ordinance 2025-30CL passes on first reading, 7-0. Okay, that gets those on the floor. I think the next item you had on the agenda was for public comment.
Public comment, yes. Anybody here for public comment? Public comment, any?
Yep, we have a seat and a microphone here.
Perfect timing.
Yes. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Abby Myers, and I work in the county clerk's office as the high-volume court clerk supervisor. Our office has 25 employees where I supervise 7 of them. I want to thank you for considering the 1% cost of living raise. Every bit of recognition matters and is appreciated. I recall that after COVID, we were facing another similar financial uncertainty, which led to a 0% cost of living raise in 2021. I understand that we are again facing financial uncertainty going into 2026. While a 1% raise may seem like progress, rising health insurance costs means that many of our employees with families and children will take home less money in 2026. Our single employees will break even. When benefit expenses outpace wage increases, it can feel like we're moving backwards. A competitive wage is a powerful tool for employee retention. When the county shows employees that it values their work, morale improves, and they are motivated to stay and grow with the county. Tippecanoe County employees serve as representatives of the county to the public. For many employees, a wage increase isn't just extra income, it's a lifeline. This money will be spent in local shops and businesses, providing a stimulus to the county's economy. I hope future raise considerations will take the full cost of living into account so all employees' needs are met. Thank you for your time.
Anybody else here for public comment?
Is it on? Okay. Good morning. My name is Susie Sherman. I also work in the clerk's office as well. And I stand before you today just not as a county employee, but as someone who has dedicated over a decade of my career to serving our wonderful community. The current proposed pay raise doesn't even come close to covering the 40 to 60% increased insurance costs for most of our employees next year. It's been touted that we haven't raised premiums in 16 years, which on the surface, it's phenomenal. We are so blessed to have one of the greatest health insurance plans in the country, or in the county, excuse me. But the timing for this drastic increase, coupled with the minuscule raise, is kind of appalling. Costs have increased, budgets are tight, I get it. But this 1% raise with stipend, most employees are still going to effectively take a pay cut in 2026. This is at a time when basic living costs have skyrocketed and are continuing to rise. Many of my colleagues, myself included, have in the past or are currently taking a second job just to make ends meet. Our pay has constantly fallen below our cities. They've gotten 5% raises every year for like the past 4 or 5 years, while we've been either 0, 1, or 3%. Many of us have been here for years and some for decades. We've watched our responsibilities grow, our workloads increase, and our expertise deepen. We've adapted to new technologies, navigated changing rules, laws, and regulations, and maintained essential services through budget constraints, staffing shortages, and a global pandemic. Every day we come to work with a commitment that goes beyond a paycheck.
We answer the calls, we solve the problems, and provide services that almost 200,000 residents depend on without a second thought. But here's what I want the leadership to understand. Choosing public service shouldn't mean choosing financial hardship. We understand the political pressures and the budget constraints, but we also know our worth. This isn't just about us, though. It's about the community we serve. When experienced employees leave, residents wait longer for services. New hires need months of training to reach the competency that walked out the door. Institutional knowledge disappears, service quality suffers. We're not asking for extravagant salaries. We're asking for compensation that acknowledges a simple truth. Public servants deserve to afford living in the communities that they serve. We've proven our value through years of dedicated service. We've shown up during emergencies, we've worked overtime, and we consistently put the community's needs first. The private sector recognizes that retaining good employees requires competitive compensation. It's time for local government to embrace that same principle. Fair wages aren't just good for the employees, they're good for the taxpayers who benefit from experienced, stable public service. Our community deserves excellent public service. We're committed to providing it. We are the backbone of local government. Our service matters, our dedication is essential, and our compensation should reflect the vital role we play in our community's success. Thank you for your time this morning.
Anybody else for public comment? Okay, moving forward.
Okay, so typically we would review the Little Wee Conservancy, Solid Waste Management, and Convention and Visitors Bureau, or Visit Lafayette, West Lafayette, later, but I've kind of moved it forward to get through that in case there's public comment about that at a later time. So we could look to those. I think they're toward the back of the budget book. And the first one would be the Little Wee Conservancy. They have, thank you, submitted a budget that is the same as 2025.
Yeah, and I wrote to her, and there was no change. It's pretty much how it's been for, they had an increase last year, but other than that, it's the same as this year, as
Right.
25's budget.
Okay, so if there are no recommendations for that one. Next one would be the Solid Waste Management District. And that one is up only slightly over the 2025. Not a lot of changes, but a few, if Tom wanted to address anything there.
Yeah, I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have.
And when we met, there were no changes to this budget.
Okay.
The question I do have, just looking at line items, the print and advertising legal line, 3310. You have 10,000 for the request last couple of years, half of this year, you haven't come close to that?
And I'm
Is it-
sorry, are you referring to the legal line item?
Yes.
Oh, printing, I'm sorry.
Yeah, 3310.
And what is your question?
I mean, it's, when you look at the difference between what you're requesting and what's been allocated the last couple of years, for spent, is a big difference. And maybe there's something coming up next year that we just aren't aware of is all.
So it's the same amount that was approved for last year, but it's for that's what's used to produce the recycle guides that are distributed to show folks how and where different items can be recycled responsibly.
And just to chime in, I think we heard there are plans for this upcoming year to renew efforts on printing that literature, I think.
And-
Not sure if anything went out last year, but,
And a mailing as well.
right.
A mailing to homeowners in regard to recycling.
So I'm hearing increased needs for next year compared to this year.
Yeah.
Okay,
But it is the same amount as last year.
Agreed, I just,
Yeah.
know we got to
Yep.
look at $5 million to cut roughly, and
Yeah.
every little bit helps.
Yep. Well, this is a different budget, though.
Agreed.
Yeah, this
Agreed.
is they have their own tax rate.
Yep.
Yeah. And if you recall, this, we have to supplement this budget with $100,000 from EDIT to offset the cost of running the recycle program.
Yep. Thank you.
Any other questions on that one before we move forward? Okay. Visit Lafayette, West Lafayette's next one, right?
In reviewing this budget, again, their raises for their employees mirror what the county is planning on doing this year, 1% plus a $750 stipend. Again, we keep the money and we distribute them based upon their budget, and we do keep the interest from the money that we have invested. So we are gaining a little bit by the work that we do for the distribution.
Any questions on this one? Okay. Anything else we need to do with those, Jennifer? Okay.
Just be if you had any recommendations for those entities.
Okay.
Okay, so we will go over the general fund financial position and the gap to balance the budgets. I do want to note that we need to be out of here tomorrow by 3 PM because of the BZA meeting that's scheduled for the evening. They'll need time to set up, so instead of 4, we need to be out by 3. So let me get to that sheet. Okay, so in the book, I had some notes as far as estimates. By the time we put this book together, we are using a lot of assumptions and estimates from the state, and then between the time the book comes out and now, we have a lot more knowns. One of the things we know is we know our lit numbers now, and they're up around 6%, and I had assumed 5%. Our AVs are looking at between 1.5% to 3% increase. The state had used a circuit breaker estimate as if AVs were stable. So the fact that AVs go up a little bit means our circuit breaker will be a little bit less than what they estimated. So I just want to go through, like, for the people who've been with us or are with us the first time through this, the spreadsheet a little bit and how it's laid out, and some of those changes that I mentioned, I will be making. I've got like a column here that says JW adjustments. So those are things that have been reviewed from the time the book came out until now. And we can talk about those individually as we get there, but basically, this models the PDF of your budget book, and then I have a column here for approved as you make changes to those numbers. We'll keep track of those separately, and then also it's tied to this general fund gap number of what we need to either increase in revenue or cut in budget. I also made an assumption that we wanted to use about 97%. So the theory here is that you set a budget at 100% of what's approved, but that in reality, that budget is not spent to 100%. And in the past, we have done anything from 93 to 96. We are seeing that having less turnover, that our percentage is higher. So I plugged in 97%, and that means we need to close a gap of $8 million. If you feel like you want to use a different percentage, we can either adjust that now or later, either way, but that will affect that bottom line number as well. For the general fund, I'd like us to also concentrate a little bit on second half of the year revenue. If you met with departments and they have a better number than what was originally budgeted, we can throw those in. So the DLGF looks at not only your revenues versus expenses, but whether or not you have cash in the bank or what your current cash balance is, and if you want to use any of that. So technically, you would be able to approve a lesser budget, but you would be using your cash balance. We have historically tried to make revenue and budget match each other. This might be a year where you dip into cash balance a little bit just because the number's so high. So there's general fund revenue on this sheet, general fund budget on this sheet, and it's basically set up the same way. I've got the formulas tied to this gap here, and we'll go through and we'll make changes in the approved column, and then you'll be able to see how that's reflected. And then for other, we have the other funds. And I know that as we go through general fund, we tend to go back and forth between funds to just hit the department as a whole, so we're able to do that as well. So that's how it's set up. As far as raises and health insurance premiums, you know, those are hitting bad timing, I guess you could say. We have had the insurance where it hasn't increased for many years. The raise for '25 was a 5% increase, and you're looking at one now. If those are really big items, so if that's something you'd like to have the conversation ahead of time and maybe get it out of the way, I'm not really prepared to like throw up a whole new spreadsheet with new numbers calculated in, but we do know what some of these increments would cost, and we could add that in as well. So however you would like to go about it is perfectly fine.
So when I look on sheet 3, you've got the different costs of the different salary increases, right? What I don't see is what is the cost of with the 750. So you have the 613, what are we, and the 3%, what would the current one be? So if we went up to 3%, how much more money is that than what's currently in the budget, is what I don't. Yeah, that's what.
So that estimate was 1.8 million, correct?
Yes, yes.
So you take out the 613, so it's about 1.2 additional.
And then when you subtract and if we got rid of the 750 stipend, if we went to just a flat 3% raise, that's what
That's looking at that only. So the stipend, so
yeah.
I've got that set up here.
Oh, there it is.
These numbers of full-time and regular part-time change a little bit, but essentially, the idea was. I'm not talking to my mic. The idea was that the equivalent cost would be a 2%. So
Okay.
with this and with that, it was roughly 1.2, which is 2%. For employees who make the lower end of the salary, that 750 is more than 2%, and for employees on the higher end, it's less than 2%.
Jennifer, what percentage of the 25 budget that was approved will we actually use for 25? Do you have a good idea?
It's looking to me like it's about 98%. Yes, yes. So, back to your question, that really would then be this minus this, another 600,000 to give 2% raise. But if you did.
The associated other accounts would have to.
Right, and this is, I'm talking in total right here, so it's general fund would be
Oh,
the
you do
difference
have all the
between,
accounts. Okay.
yeah.
What would it be just for the general fund? That is a good point. It would be 400,000,
It'd be,
500,000.
I mean, if you look at 1%, it's going to be
Yeah.
roughly that amount.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, good point. Okay. It would be nice. I'd like us to look through the budget and see what we can do at this point. I don't have a good feel how hard it's going to be to close that $8 million gap, so.
Right.
And we can always think about if we don't feel comfortable increasing the percentage, maybe we can increase the stipend a little bit too. Because that's a one-time, it's not, overall year after year, so we can think about it that way too. If we're wanting to do something different than what was recommended by the commissioners.
I think the one-time thought was in anticipation of not knowing where circuit breaker would impact us, because it sounds like the goal of the legislature is to cap our property tax levy altogether. And so we would see no increases in that from year to year.
And you're talking about the legislation that was just passed by the State House
Right.
and the governor down in
Right.
Indianapolis.
Yeah, the fact that our NAVs are still growing, and we won't hit that cap as soon as they anticipated, for our county anyway, other communities are in a different boat, means that we might have another year or two before we would hit our freeze
Okay.
point.
Okay, so it sounds like we kind of want to see where we get and then come back and revisit this to see if we can't do something differently? Is that what we're thinking? Yeah. Okay. Sounds good. All right.
Okay, so we can jump right into the revenue, and I do have some somewhat good and big differences here. Because of that difference in the property tax levy and maybe not having as much circuit breaker impact, that number now can go up from 32.5 to 32.9. And then also, like I said, we got our lit estimates, and so I'm going to change that 15.5 to 16 million. And then the only one other one down here is a little bit different estimate for excise. And that's all I've got as far as property tax estimates. Mm-hmm. Did anybody have anything for the intergovernmental reimbursements?
Why did I? I don't know where I got this number. I had it change under 0291, public safety. I have a different number. It's less, and I don't know where I got this, that I changed in my book.
This would be, it's public defender reimbursements, which are, based on salary mostly.
Okay. don't know how I had this change.
And
Okay.
the chirp reimbursements. Did you think it should be, I mean, there's a difference between 25 approved and,
No, we can, I'll look later and I'll see where I found it.
Okay.
I saw that.
Then anything under license and permits, I know the building commission, we have some changes or requests for permits increase.
yes.
Right.
So I don't know if Bill is here.
Yeah, I think Bill is here. I thought I saw him. Oh, he is here, yeah. Why don't you come on up for a minute? So Bill has come up with some additional or changes within the permit fees of increasing, because a lot of them had not been increased since, what, 2019, I think? Yeah, I'm looking for my paper. And Bill, I don't know if you had looked to see what kind of difference that would make in regards to revenue this year versus, okay. Okay.
Yeah, I had a list of your permits, but they weren't coded any certain way. So like you had 1,800 permits in 24. I just didn't know if you knew like how many electrical of these different amperages or,
I can find that out, but I don't.
yeah.
I think that's just general. Total.
Is it safe to say, though, that if the minimum fee goes up $25, that would be $25 on 1,800 permits, or would that only be on, okay, a fraction, or?
The majority of ours are just for the single-family residence or apartments. And that's the majority of our income is from those issued permits. I mean, we do a lot of electrical also and things like that, but like demo, we don't do a lot of. Like demo, we don't do a lot of. We do, again, like I said, just more single-family residence and building, apartment buildings, things like that. So that would be the majority of our income is from probably Class 1 structures.
Yeah, we just didn't have a great way to estimate what these
Right.
increases would mean as far as revenue for next year.
Right.
Is that something you could easily figure out? Like,
Yeah,
we
I
could
could
get
have.
later today?
We could probably get it later today, probably. I'll see if I can get Jean Ann to work on that. See if we can break it down per each permit.
Okay. Yeah, if you don't mind doing that, and then we can kind of put a somewhat of a real estimate
Okay.
in there, that would be great.
Do what? We don't do that. That's the health department. They do the septic permits for the county.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Does anybody else have any changes for license permits? Charges for services?
DOC.
Sure.
DOC.
Good morning. Talk about the DOC funding. So we are still owed $645,112.50. I am told that they have that money for all sheriffs, but they don't know, they're waiting on the other person to tell them, pay it. The other thing that has happened is there's at least one sheriff in the state that they went back and did some refiguring, and they're paying them less. So we're helping that sheriff fight that battle because that's, it's not appropriate, it's not acceptable. The other thing that happened was the per diem went up, so that is a good thing, to $4,250. The other thing that's happened is, as everyone has seen, is they've opened up a facility to house 1,000 people for ICE, which is not acceptable in that there's still 1,500 sentenced inmates in county jails throughout the state. Good for us in that we will hopefully be paid for those individuals. They are not doing a formula anymore. I actually advocated for just pay us for the individuals that we have. Now, on that, Tippecanoe County did make a lot of money off of that, but it wasn't accurate. So there were smaller sheriffs that were housing more, but being paid less than what we were. It's just simpler math. If you hold 100, you get paid for 100, not add a formula, and if the moon was in phase 3 and the sun was out and it was cloudy, then all of a sudden you made $6 million. That's just not a good way to do it. And now the person in charge is in agreement with that, so that's what they're going to be doing. So to give an estimate on what we will bring in for next year is very, very difficult. It actually could be higher because if they're going to house 1,000 people for ICE, we're going to be sitting on more people. So to give you an answer of what that number will be, obviously we're still owed $645,000. So 800,000 that's there is probably very realistic. But I just wanted you to have all the information, the same stuff that I have when you're figuring this and you make a decision. We aren't offering beds for the federal government, and I'm not offering beds to other sheriffs to hold their inmates. We're finally at full staff in the jail. Thank you for that. But I don't feel like we need to take on an extra burden. I think I didn't look this morning. Yesterday morning, there was 502 in jail when I came in. So there's 101 bed open. And if we say, hey, we'll hold for you, then it's a whole new set of problems that we just don't need in the county right now. So I just wanted you to have all that before.
Do you think we'll get the 645 yet this year?
We should definitely get it within this year. They're still having meetings about that. I haven't been in on any more of the meetings, but there's a lot of conversations going on about that. It's my understanding it's there. It's just they're waiting for whoever to tell them pay it. My guess is it's sitting there and they're making interest off of it. I don't know. It seems to be a trend. But once I figure it out, I've kept Jennifer in the loop on all of it, and I'll let you know.
But you think 800,000 is
I think that's realistic, to be completely honest with you. The way we're not full, but we have a lot of people that are sentenced. They're sentencing people at a higher rate than are actually getting shipped out by DOC. DOC is doing a better job, but they're still not able to keep up. And then, again, when you add the other things that are going on, we could be housing more people because there aren't beds available at the Department of Corrections. Okay?
Thank you.
Yep. Yes.
It's been in the 900,000 bracket for the past couple of years, and you had some good explanations, but I'm still almost still 900,000 million.
You can throw that thing up to 7.2 million if you want. But no, I agree. I was just trying to be conservative with that because it's so dynamic and what's going on throughout the country and now throughout the state of Indiana, you just don't know. So it very well could be 900,000. You also look at, and this is a dig on any of the past directors, but now you have a new change in director at Community Corrections. So if you have people that are being violated more, I mean, I don't know, maybe they'll end up in our jail more. Who knows?
And are those DOC?
Yeah, since they're sentenced. And there's parole violations and all that. There's different levels. And per diem going up is a good thing. We're also having discussions with them about if you don't pick up, if DOC does not pick up their inmates within 30 days, the rate goes up. They're not as open to that idea. But the state has said that they'd have to start paying that money out of their own budget. So it hits them in the pocketbook.
I think hearing the facts, hearing the per diem went up, hearing that more likely we're going to hold on to DOC a little longer next year, just given the changes and decisions made, I'd be comfortable moving that up to $1 million revenue. Unless council disagrees with me.
It's a good idea.
We did what was it, 969 and 24.
Yeah, Jennifer, you'd have to check, but if we get the 645 plus whatever we already received, we'd be over 800,000
Yeah,
for last year.
nine.
Well, that depends on if we are still getting the 500 lump sum.
Yeah, and I don't know that they'll do a lump sum like that because they have a complete change in leadership.
So
Then on
they'll
our
just
end,
be
we have
doing
to,
the direct- You'll just be directly billing, and there won't be a,
right, and if you don't bill them, basically by the due date, you're not going to get paid. So that falls on every county sheriff to make sure they're billing the DOC at an appropriate time, and you can't bill them for April, you can't bill them in August for that. We gotta have somebody on that.
So they is state, DOC,
Right.
does the government have anything to do with that?
The governor? I'm sure probably in some roundabout way he does.
Somebody said, if you don't bill them, they don't pay you.
Right, well, no, yeah, if we don't bill them, so we have to bill them in a timely manner, much like you wouldn't want to pay your electric bill for July and get a bill for it in November. We do a good job of that. There's some sheriff's office that don't because of staffing, but we have to make sure that we stay on top of it, so we are getting the money that we're due.
Which I agree with Ben about, I think we could go to $1 million. I mean, if you're staying on it, we see we're full staffed, you've got 100 beds, the rate's gone up.
I would agree. That's all changed since we met.
Yes.
And again, if they do adopt the stance that DOC is going to have to pay more if they're sitting in your jails longer. And if, it isn't to say if we don't get down to 420, 430, we've been in the upper 400s, that we don't open it up to some other sheriffs that are full to house for them. But again, I don't want to do that to the staff
Right.
and the county, because then we take on that liability.
And you've done a good job keeping up on it because it's an ever-changing. I
Oh,
mean,
yeah.
Because of just when we met 3 weeks ago,
Right.
2 weeks ago. So I think let's try $1 million and see what happens.
All right.
The SRO reimbursements, is that a similar issue, or is that something all different altogether?
We got to that right away. We've learned a lot about the SRO grant and the funding for that, and we've made some adjustments. Basically, what we've learned, and Sharon's done a great job with communicating with the grant holders, that we weren't doing it properly, and we haven't been for many years. It isn't the fault of any former sheriff or anything, it's just understanding, and we just now realized through a meeting that money's supposed to be used to backfill positions. So when they were saying a new SRO, we all took that as it's got to be somebody brand new off the streets. Well, that in reality, you can't do that to a new person. So what they're saying is they will reimburse for a first-year officer, but then you have to have, if we have 10, money for 10, then we have to have 10 SROs. We have 6, so we were able to move some salaries to fit that. We can't just throw 10 salaries for the SRO grant and not have 10 SROs. So that's something we just learned And again, Sharon's been outstanding with that.
So the number submitted was 190,000. Do you think that is the realistic reimbursement, or should that be higher?
I would have to get with Lorna, and I would bet that's probably higher now with what we've learned. And I can go call her off to the side here in a minute. Six, yeah.
We had that grant for $1.2 million, and then we lost it, and then got it back.
Well, we didn't technically lose it. We stayed in communications with them. Like I said, Sharon's done a great job. And then we had a meeting with them a few weeks ago. We got randomly selected for an audit, which is always fun. But the lady that we were working with did a great job of explaining things to us. And Sharon and I had a moment where, like, wait a minute, we've been doing this wrong since the SRO grant process started. And I think that may have been under Sheriff Brown. But again, it isn't a sheriff's fault. It was just, we didn't understand how that was working until recently. So now it's, what can we do to increase that? And that's, again, we have to increase manpower, because we can't take from the road and put in the schools at this point. But it is something that we're looking to see if we might be able to do at the beginning of the year, or sooner, hopefully. We just have to, I anticipate us being fully staffed here in the next couple months with every position filled by January. So, and that's on patrol. The jail now, we have a few openings, but we have a waiting list, so.
Jennifer does a lot with that too, and she was thinking it could be 250.
Oh, yeah, you were in there too.
Yes.
Yes. We did learn a lot, didn't we?
41,666 per officer per year, so if we have 6 officers.
You should have said something earlier, and then I didn't have to ramble on.
But you could have Lorna verify that.
Pardon?
You could have Lorna verify that.
Yeah, I will.
too, so.
But yeah, that's more accurate then. Well, they moved it from 190. Any other questions? I'll go call her real quick. Yep.
All right, anything else on any other revenue items?
I will speak to the decrease for carry home.
Okay,
It is a large decrease in what we're used to, however, it is justified. The reimbursement rate for '26 is going to be, they're looking at it, the initial numbers indicate a pretty significant decrease from what Carry Home is able to get reimbursable from DCS. Not quite half of what they're getting, but about a 40% loss, I guess. Not loss, but it's less reimbursable rate. So when you look at it, roughly a 50% decrease, that is justified by what they're hearing from DCS, the heads there.
Could we go back to probation? And I don't know if Dave could address this. I think the 260 for this year is high. And so I'm curious about the 268 for next year. Yes, please.
Back.
So that's general fund revenue for 2025. is high, and I know we've talked about that a bit, but I also think the 268, 426 is high. And was your estimate in total, and so part of that is the probation fund and part of it's general fund?
I believe we addressed this last year also, where we'd made an estimate as far as what our probation user fee fund we were estimating was going to be, collections were going to be for 2025. And in addition to that, somehow the clerk's estimates also got mixed in with ours.
Okay.
Last year, I remember that there was a question about why we were less than 50% of what our estimate was halfway through the year. I mean, it was dramatically less, and that was because we were incorporating numbers. We were, basically, there was a duplication, excuse me, of fund estimates.
Meaning that it's the same estimate that you submitted and the clerk also submitted, or are there fees from both generated? Do we know that? What goes into that? Does the clerk also?
I don't want to misspeak, but I, excuse me, I believe that there were, perhaps not all, but some funds, estimates were duplicated both out of the clerk's office and also out of the probation
Okay.
department.
Okay. Well, we're seeing, though, that the clerk and you make deposits into that, so, okay, I'm okay with that.
So the estimate that, excuse me, that we submitted on the 0413, I think is the last four digits. We had made an estimate that from July 1, 2025 through basically the second half of 2025, that the admin fees, our collection was going to be at about $54,000. And for the entire year of 2026, we were estimating $108,000. So I'm guessing that there's been, in some way, there's a duplication, perhaps?
I don't know that it's a duplication. The clerk is also depositing into that account. So I'll check with her.
Okay, I'm sorry,
That's okay. I just
I don't
was
have a better.
curious.
Okay.
Okay. Right, the question is whether that's a duplicate or not, but you're showing that they both deposit into that account, so I don't think it's a duplicate. Okay. And I think the only other one here, I had this highlighted from the Revenue Committee meeting, was Fairgrounds, that's looking to be lower than 25.
Good morning. Lower, yes, a little bit. Some things come into play in this part is some 4 events that we have through the county, like e-waste and tire recycling. We can't have anything on those weekends because they're so large. And then we have some other county extension things that they're not huge events, but they do take up. There's a lot of cars, like trunk or treat. There's just some different free events that are kind of take off some. There's only so many weekends to rent this place. I mean, weekdays, yes, but football games, home football games affect our schedule big time. Basketball, not so much, but definitely, there's only so many Saturdays in the fall. And if we've got a couple events that are large and we can't have more public events with them, then that does figure in. That's not the whole reason it's down, but everything we have, we're 100% on bringing everything back that we've had. So it's not like people are going away. It's just we need some more, larger events.
Well,
It's
and
hard.
During our conversation, you also had mentioned that you're finding that you can't fill the entire facility because one group may need room for all the parking, and then if you rent another part of the facility, they don't have parking, so it becomes an issue.
Yeah,
renting
they
everything.
need to get along too. We might have a chance to have like a pig sale and a home show, and we find that either maybe one of the two renters doesn't want to commingle, even though they're not really going to have to commingle, but everything has to go together. Even though we might have the facility or the space in the parking lot, still the logistics of all that is tough. Sharing the general entrance, the vestibule, you about need to split the building in half, or else if somebody's a paying event, it costs to get in, while the other one isn't. That also puts a little bit of a challenge on us.
And when we first started this, we knew it wasn't going to be perfect at first, right? Trying to get it figured out.
No, hadn't been in this business before, really.
Do you think the estimate for the second half of this year of 230 is too high?
No, because I think we have, I know we have Caterpillar, which is every 2 years, so that's 60 grand coming up that we would not have had last fall. So it's also a little bit of that ebb and flow, because some of our larger events are not every year. They're biannual, or so we kind of going to go up and down a little bit with the calendar year.
Any other questions for Andy? Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else on the revenue side?
I do have a question. Stacy? Looking at 420, I think it's that line, which is your vital records, vaccinations, health testing. Kind of looking historically and what you have expected half of this year and current, that gives us 537. For 26, are you expecting a continued
Yes.
averages?
Yes.
So we could raise that.
You can. The whole department, effective yesterday, is trending up 10% in all of our statutory regulatory services total.
So would you feel agreeable to go to 500?
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay. I can ask for more.
500 is good.
That was a
500
quick
good.
okay.
Let's go 550.
Sitting price is right. Dollar, Bob, give me a dollar.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you. That was the one I was just looking at.
Okay, anything else? Mm-hmm. Is he back? The villa? You have something for the villa?
Oh. Okay.
Okay. Good morning.
Okay. paper. Do you have a copy of the email I sent you? Sorry. Yep, that's it. Okay, on 0421, which is the RCAP, for the last half of this year, we could add 3,500. And then for first half, or for all of 26, add 14,500. And then the first half of 27, add 7,250.
I'm not there. We're not looking at 27 yet.
Okay,
but I'll make a
okay.
note.
Now, I was able to go up on the RCAP side, but I'm going to tell you right now, because we've had a shift in the clients, we lost a few clients which had some liability that they paid out of their Social Security. And the ones that we've gotten in that have replaced them, all of those have been like 100% RCAP. So that's why we were able to increase those lines. I'm not decreasing the other line, I can't remember which which is our maintenance line. However, with our demographics we have right now, the number I have in there is going to be like $11,000 off for next year. But if we can increase our census by 2 people, that will equal that out. So and I've got at least one right now we're looking at, so I'm hoping to have the census up at least by 2 more by the first of the year, so next year that'll be a wash.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else have anything? Jennifer, do you have any other?
Yadira had gone back through and looked at investment earnings or interest. I don't know how comfortable we feel raising the interest another million, but that is the estimate that we have. I know she's shifted from what's in the bank to more investment side, and those rates are a little higher now, whereas the bank rates are set to go down. So,
So
do
you're
we feel comfortable raising it?
to 4 points.
Pardon?
Go down like quarter 2, I think. Ish. So we'd have
Well, they're anticipating a rate
March.
change
soon.
this month.
Oh, this month, okay.
Yeah. And she also built that into her model, though, to reduce it every quarter next year, and still is coming out with a 4.7 million for the general fund.
I mean, I feel comfortable. She's been spot on.
Yeah,
With her
she's-
estimates, given the uncertainty of the
Yeah.
rates and all that.
Yeah.
I'm comfortable with going to her estimate, if the council is as well.
Yadira, you feel confident about that?
Yeah, I mean, I ran numbers 2 different ways, and I even just estimated bank at 80% interest from last year, and I'm still at 4.7, around there, so.
Yeah, I say we increase it then.
Yep. Thank you.
Jennifer, you want me to get an update before you keep scrolling?
Pardon?
You want me to get an update on the SRO then?
Yeah,
Sure.
yeah, I kind of have one too.
What'd you say?
Oh,
She has one too.
well, that's just a reimbursement from the schools.
Yeah.
have anything to do with the grant.
Well, yeah, so Lorna's working with Sharon. We've just learned we have a new grant manager now, so as long as we don't go over 10, we should be fine. So there's 4 in there now, which was what the 190 was. They're making sure that the grant manager is approving to have a 6th one. So that's, then you would get up to the, whatever you had that at, 250?
No, but that just goes to the grant, that doesn't go to general fund.
Right.
Yeah,
but
this is the TSC reimbursement.
Right, so that'll be accurate as long as the grant manager is okay with adding 2. Does that make sense?
The expectation is they will be okay.
Yes. As long as we don't go over 10. So that's where that is.
Okay.
10 SROs.
Right, so we don't go over the grant, but since we just got a new grant manager, Sharon's waiting to talk to the new grant manager to make sure that that they approve that.
6 now. So
We're at 6, and here in a couple of weeks, we're going to be at 7. So that number may even change, because I'm going to add another one, as long as the grant covers half of it. So we'll keep chipping away at this number, but we want to make sure that it's approved. And as long as we're fully staffed and we keep adding, I don't want to steal from one place and add, but the goal here in a couple of weeks is to have 7.
And that'll keep the patrol division still.
The patrol division still should be good. It should be good.
What was that starting, did you say 41,666, or what was that number? That's the starting salary for it?
Yeah, that's the part that they'll reimburse us.
Percentage of it.
Yeah.
41,666.
250 is good for now, and the number may actually change, so.
Cool.
All right.
Thanks, Bob.
Okay, ready, break.
Can we look at the Teal House Road property for rentals? So 6,000 over a year is 500 a month. I'm not in the rental business, but that seems a little low.
We're discussing the selling it,
Well, hey, even better.
because when I listen to Andy, they really don't feel like they need it there for the fair or workers there. So we're debating about going ahead and selling it
Okay, so for our purpose, say just leave it as is and,
right now,
perfect. All right, thank you.
and we unload it.
Okay.
How long does that lease go through? Is that? It's month by month now. Can you sell it for 5.1? Or we turn it into more parking, who knows? But no, we're looking at selling the property.
Is that R3?
5-1.
How big apartment?
No, I don't have anything else.
Multiple houses?
Well, we can always come back to this if we think of something.
Okay, anything else before we go on revenue side? At this point? Okay. That's right.
Yeah, big.
All right, now on to expenses,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
Okay. Looks like the first one up is auditor.
The only thing I had to note here was that I do have a vacant position. It's a regular part-time position that I've been, it vacated in November of last year, and we were going through a payroll conversion. We've also gone through a tax system conversion, and we're getting ready to go through a finance system conversion. So I held off on hiring that until we reevaluate the systems, duties, how the office is running with those. But I did transfer some and use it for hourly part-time. So that's why that shows up there. Other than that, all of my operating expenses have been shifted to either plat book fund or the ineligible homestead fund. The ineligible homestead fund was started back in 2014 when we were looking at, we sent out thousands and thousands of pink forms at the tax bills that people had to return, and I would say we had a couple $100,000 there, and we maybe bring in $14,000 a year now with finding ineligible homesteads that we back charge. That money is eventually going to run out. I've shifted as many expenses to it as I can, but I estimate that maybe in 2028, 29-ish, might need to move part of a position back to general fund.
The timing of that is impeccable.
Yeah.
Okay. Want to go through your other funds? 80, page 83, plat book, looks like it's pretty, little bit of an increase.
Yeah, and try to keep that one within what the revenue brings in. This does pay for another regular part-time position that deals with the transfers and the maps and kind of the GIS-related items. And then the ineligible, 1261.
87, yeah. 1216.
Yeah, sorry, 1216. Almost there. As I said, that one doesn't bring in a lot of revenue these days, but we did have a pretty big cash balance for a while. My budget looks going the wrong way, but I do have a 2-year contract for, with Schneider for some GIS mapping assistance, and that I anticipate to drop down after next year. I will also point out that the $2,500 stipend is included from this fund as opposed to general fund.
The 2-year contract from Schneider will drop next year, so it won't be,
Right.
or is next year the
Next year's the last year.
last year? Well, I'm sorry, 27, it won't be.
It won't be
right,
there
okay.
for 27.
Let's see. 88.
Oh, what did I have there? Was that like the
Simple.
lease?
Elected officials training.
Oh, elected official training,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah, that one is just, that fund keeps growing, and there aren't a lot of options for us as elected officials to pay for out of this. I have gone to AIC and asked them about a few different trainings that they've approved, but nothing of significant dollars. So this pays
Okay.
for like, state called conferences, AIC conference.
Okay. All right. Page 102, I think is your bot.
What fund number is that?
4621.
4621, okay. And that one is not really related to me, but we pay it, so, this is the bot lease payment, and we bring in roughly 1.3 million and pay out 1.3 million. And DLGF determines that tax rate based on our operating balance and how much we owe for that particular year, so that one's all set by schedule. I did have a different little property tax amount here, just based on the other revisions, so.
Anything else on the auditors? Treasurer?
Good morning. I do have a change in my budget. You can remove the $4,000 request for rentals and leases. Paula and the commissioners were able to find money this year to cover that, so I won't be needing that for '26. Is there any other questions?
I don't think so. Anybody have any questions? Just looking through the. Nope. Okay, I think I'm good.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, surveyor. Zach, come on up. Notes.
Good morning.
Good morning. I know we had one slight change on the salary side.
Mm-hmm.
That went into the commissioner's budget,
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah, so, thank you, Jody, for bringing that up. Basically, I think the only thing really, as far as noteworthy for me to present to the body today is that, and we've talked about this the last couple of years, and I realize that you guys have been focusing on general fund. The fund I'm talking about specifically is the Section Corner Perpetuation Fund for the Surveyor's Office. If you remember, over the last, well, at least the last 2 years, maybe even 3, we have noticed, as interest rates started to tick up, the recorder's office and the community has experienced a decrease in folks refinancing their mortgages and some other things, which has caused a decrease in the amount of recorded documents being recorded in the recorder's office. Therefore, there's been a decrease of funds, revenue coming into the Section Corner Perpetuation Fund. And so I've brought that up the last few years, just so everybody's aware of it, mainly because there's more money leaving than's coming in. And so it's not sustainable. And one of the things I had mentioned last year was taking some salary pressure off of that fund, and Jody and I discussed this, and I've also discussed it with the commissioners. And so the proposal to the council would be to take salary pressure, I don't remember the exact numbers, but to take some of the salary, at least one position out of the Section Corner Perpetuation Fund and move it over to EAT it. And I did speak with the commissioners about that, and to my knowledge, they were agreeable, and I think Jody confirmed that. So that is really the only item that I wanted to make sure the council knew about. The rest of my budgets are standard operating procedure. They went up just a little bit, but for the most part, everything's the same on the general fund and all the EAT it Phase 2, all the regional detention facilities, so on and so forth. But I'm happy to answer any questions about anything, but the moving the salary from Section Corner Perpetuation over to EAT it is really the highlight.
Zach, quick question on overtime.
Mm-hmm.
I know it looks like nothing, obviously haven't done anything this year. We had budgeted 500 last year and it's increased,
Yeah.
additional 500 this year. So what's your thought there?
Yeah, so the reason why I did that, right or wrong, is because with the changes to the personnel policy that the county is doing, I think there's a cap now on, sorry, I'm drawing a blank, comp time. And so I've got at least one, maybe 2 staff members that could be conflicted with that. And so I wanted to make sure if they go over that, I have enough money in overtime to be able to pay them. That was the rationale.
look at your other accounts real quick. Here.
Zach, the salary that you're talking about moving to eat it, is it the 51,536 here, full-time line item?
I believe so, yes. Yes, because that should be part of the surveyor drainage coordinator position, I believe. We're experiencing roughly, over the last 2 to 3 years, I think we're averaging about $35,000 to $40,000 decrease. So historically, we've observed about $140,000 a year coming into that section core perpetuation fund, and it's dropped down to around 95 to 100. So it's taken a pretty good hit over the last few years, just from a numbers perspective. But yes, Jennifer, I believe that was the correct line item.
Okay. I think we talked about $130,000 revenue next year if rates do decrease. The recorders tend to get a lot more refinance of and documents coming through,
Right.
so I don't know if that's accurate or not.
I
It's
don't
hard
know.
to guess on that one.
It is hard to guess. It kind of, well, it'll be greatly dependent upon if the rates start to tick down significantly.
Right.
I'm sorry, John. The county doesn't have any ERUs. Yeah. The city of Lafayette, West Lafayette, Dayton, and Battleground all have stormwater utility districts. The county does not have one, so.
Real quick on your 1158 drain improvement, actual that's been used is around 60,000. I'm assuming a lot of that is going to be spent last half of this year, maybe? Or is
I'm
there-
sorry, Jody, you're talking about the
general-
1158?
Yes.
Yeah, general drain improvement
1158.
fund?
Yeah.
Yeah, so those, not necessarily.
Page 73.
Those monies, so by statute, the way those monies are set up is that it varies greatly from year to year, but those monies are solely there so that if there's deficiencies in the individual maintenance funds, whether we're doing maintenance work, indoor reconstruction, by statute, those funds are able, if they go in the red, they're able to borrow money from this fund. And so it varies drastically. The variability of this fund is very large. But there always needs to be a certain amount of money in there to make sure there's money available in case there's not enough money in the maintenance fund, which happens all the time. So yeah, I don't have an exact dollar amount.
Okay.
One thing I can tell you is that in regards to the general drain improvement fund and the maintenance funds, and I think I mentioned this last year, with the inflation that we've experienced in the price of products, specifically pipe and other materials, but HDP perforated pipe being the number one, it has pretty much doubled in price over the last couple of years. And so we had 2 reconstruction petitions that were in my office that the landowners requested that they withdraw those petitions. And so those 2 projects were shelved until further notice. So I don't know what is going to happen there. There is a drastic need in the county. There are several of the older tile systems that need to be reconstructed, but I don't know what the appetite or the motivation is from the landowners currently. With commodity prices and the prices of material, my guess is that's going to stagnate, at least here in the short term. And in a year or 2 that may change, but we'll see. But that's the report on that front.
I just wanted to add, everybody already probably knows, but when when Zach says that the maintenance or reconstruction funds go into the red and borrow from the general drain, then there's a reconstruction or maintenance assessment on the given parcel of land
Yes.
that pays into those funds that then pays back the
Yes.
general drain fund.
Yep. Thank you. I forgot to mention the circular motion with the assessments.
You live with it every day.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. I deal with it every day, and sometimes I forget people don't know everything that I know. So thank you. I appreciate the clarification.
Anything else for surveyor? Yeah, all right.
It wasn't
Yes.
built into the schedule, but.
All right, yeah, we're going to take a quick 10-minute break.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Zach.
Everybody, please eat this food.
All right, let's go ahead and get started again.
And you laugh, because you know.
Okay.
Oh, John.
We need to get you a gavel.
I know.
Or just a meat pounder.
Okay, before we continue on with the departments, we're going to talk about positions a little bit. We kind of, and I'm going to have Sadie come up and talk about this. We went through some of the open positions and kind of determine what positions have been open for a year or more, just so we can kind of figure out where we're at on those. So Sadie?
Okay, so starting with CASA, both of those jobs have been posted. The regular part-time attorney is not easy to fill. We've seen this with the public defender's office going back and forth with full-time, regular part-time. It's just not an easy position to fill. And the regular part-time administrative assistant, we haven't had a huge need for that just yet. However, that one is posted currently, as we're going to have a little bit of turnover in that office. The clerk, I don't have a good answer for that. She's just chosen not to completely fill all the positions. Community corrections has been one that they have been going through a lot of change and some really digging in to see what they need. That's where the case managers come in as to why those haven't been filled in this amount of time. Participant levels have been down over the last year, so there hasn't been as much need in the case manager division. From my purview, I would tell you that at this stage, we probably don't need all 4 of those case managers. It is likely that we would need 1 or 2 just to help the caseloads of the current case managers that are there. But again, I'm not there every day and working through that. Participant levels increase, and we certainly could see some differences there. But unfunding a couple of those would be fair. The licensed addiction counselor, there's a New Leaf meeting occurring next week. I can't speak to, I think this is needed, but New Leaf needs a little bit of love before we can fully throw someone else new into there and really say, yeah, here, take this on. We need to work on our caseload in New Leaf and get some assignments going on and more participants seen to determine the need for that position. Corrections officers is the same boat as the case managers. Participant levels were down. We get those up, and those could very easily be needed. Again, help offset some overtime and comp time. Health department, Stacy has done a really great job at determining needs there. So she has recently changed up a few positions, removed and created, eliminated and created some. So I'm not going to speak fully to her because she's doing great at, no, we just don't need that right now, or this position can reassume those duties. Brought back a little bit of some older duties, even from lots of years past, into some positions that we have currently. Highway, the program engineer is a succession plan. Point blank, that's what it is. We haven't been able to fill it. The pay level compared to private market is not super realistic. That position is going to take a special person that is nearing retirement, looking for a little bit of a slowdown, and is okay with a pay cut. And we have 0 qualified applicants, haven't really had any for that position either. We're maintaining, and what that position would do, we're able to contract out. The probation court services evaluator, same, just hasn't been super urgent to fill that position. DPAs are always coming and going. It seems like there's always just consistently one open DPA there. The attorney stipend sign-on bonus has dramatically helped the prosecutor's office with their turnover. If we pull the records out of the HRS and payroll system, it's not great because of their intern turnover. They always take interns in the summer, a boatload of them, and then offload them when school starts. So coming out of the system, it looks like they have high turnover. They really haven't had high turnover in the DPA department. The APS department, as you know, the state eliminated that. They reallocated 2 of those staff members and 1 did leave the county. So really their turnover's been great. The sheriff actually did just fill 2 communication officers. They were open for quite a while, but they did just fill those. Should help us with some overtime and comp time in that department as well. And the surveyor is just the same as the program engineer. We haven't had qualified applicants for that. We did just look at the job description. Tara and Zach and I did. There just hasn't been anyone for that position at that pay level either. Those are 2 pretty specialized that are going to be difficult regardless.
Hey, Sadie, we've just filled that one too. The last communication officer.
Yes.
Yeah.
2. Yes, there
Yeah,
was.
so the
yep.
third, so we're,
Your third, okay.
it just felt good saying that.
Thank you.
Just thought I'd say it.
Are you wanting positions that we've met with our departments and we've, again, had mutual agreement on unfunding these positions? Do you want that now, or do you want it when we get to their department?
I think as we get to their department, it's fine.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And, and again, I want to reinforce that to the department heads, that it's unfunding the positions. We're not taking the positions away. We're just not funding them, so that if the need would be there, then there'd be a justification to reappropriate money to fill those positions.
And to add to that, the Personnel Committee discussed in 2026 positions that become vacant, to review those positions to determine the need. It's, to be very transparent, we have so much time off. It's a wonderful benefit, but we have a boatload of time off here between sick time, vacation time, 16 holidays, and people can earn comp time. That makes it difficult to staff. So in turn, we're hurting ourselves essentially to staff all of our departments and give the benefit of the time off without paying the comp time and the holiday time. That's really difficult. So there are departments where we need a person, we need a body, so that this body can take their time off as a benefit. Mm-hmm. So we really should, with the way that the state has changed things and trying to project next year, become really efficient in our positions and see, can we reallocate one position into the 3 that we have? Do we have to fill every single one of these positions? Is it possible for the department to run more efficiently?
Any questions?
Yeah, Jennifer, the salaries, are those part of the general fund deficit already, or does the deficit not include those?
They are built into the budgets,
Okay.
yes.
Okay.
All right, thank you. All right, so with that, I know we said we talk about it, each one of them when it comes to the department. So we just completed surveyor. So Zach, you have one position that's on this document. So if you want to come up and talk about that, that'd be great.
Good morning again.
Good morning.
Is there any? Thank you, Barry. I thought I had it turned on. Thank you. Is there any specific question I can answer, or just my thoughts, or?
Give your thoughts
Okay.
and why you see the need to have this still funded for this.
Oh, still funded? Okay.
Yeah, not taken away, not the position taken away, but
Yeah.
unfunded at this point?
So I guess there's a couple different things I would like to communicate to the council. So if you would, since I'm being asked, I think there's 50,000 foot view I would like to communicate, and then also for the individual position. And I'll start with the kind of the 50,000 foot view, and then finish up talking about this particular position. But I think the easiest way I can say this is that I'll try to describe my personal journey in life and how I came to work at the county, because I think it'll shed some light on what I'm trying to communicate. So I moved to Tippecanoe County to go to grad school at Purdue. And as a graduate student working on my master's degree in the School of Civil Engineering, my predecessor, Steve Murray, was the county surveyor. And I was hired by the LTAP office, the Local Technical Assistance Program at Purdue University, as a research assistant, as a grad student, to write a chapter about how to obtain, maintain, and vacate public road right-of-way. They hired me from my surveying background to do such. Steve Murray was on my advisory board for that chapter. I didn't know it at the time, but 2 years later, when I graduated, I put my resume in the Indiana Society of Professional Land Surveyors resume book, and it went to our annual conference in January. Steve happened to be there as he was getting his continuing education for his professional license. He picked up the resume. A few days later, when he got back, he was looking at it, saw my name. He's like, well, I know this guy. I didn't know he had all this background. So he called me, and without going into a lot of detail, he asked me if I'd be interested. He had a position open in his office. Well, that position is the project manager's position that you're looking at today, okay? It was open for almost 3 years before he filled it. And Dale Grimes, who has also passed away, was in that position before myself. Steve hired me into that project manager's position as a fresh graduate out of the civil engineering department at Purdue. The reason why I tell this story is because at that point in time, which was in 2003, I started June the 10th of 2003. And at that time, there was no Wagner, Irwin & Shealy, no consultant company. And I remember, and I bring that up because I'm going somewhere with this, but Steve called me after my interview and he said, hey, he said, I want to hire you. And he said, but here's, the salary. And I said, Steve, I said, here's the deal. I have an offer and an envelope laying on my kitchen table right now to go work for a private company. And I said, it's a very nice offer. I said, I worked for local government before, and I know local governments typically can't get close to competing with local sector, private sector. And he said, well, what is it? I'll do the best I can. I told him what the number was. He said, I'll call you back. And so later I found out that he went and talked to his council reps and to the commissioners. He, as the elected official, had the ability to negotiate and raise the salary to bring me on board as an employee at that time. And he got within $1,500 of the offer that I had from the private sector. It's God honest true story. I tell this story because 22 years later, I sit here before you as an elected official for the last 15 years, and I do not have that same ability. Now, whether that be good or bad, as an elected official, it's very frustrating to me because I feel like I have very little control to try to recruit talent into my office because I have no control or very little control over what I can offer them. Now, I say that, don't misunderstand what I'm saying. I'm not being critical of our process. I worked here and I know the things that some of the things that were going on. We'll say it was kind of the wild, wild west, which is why as a county, we brought on Wagner, Irwin & Shealy. And I think for the most part, they've done a good job. They're very good at the non-technical positions, but I guess I would communicate to this body my experience as an elected official, as a professional land surveyor, and working with Wagner, Irwin, Shealy is that, in my opinion, and this is my opinion, I don't think that they do an accurate job on technical positions. If you'll look at the list that was just presented and tell me if I'm wrong, most of them were all higher level positions, professional, administrative, technical positions. In my opinion, I haven't looked at each and every one of those positions, but I can speak specifically to my position in my office. It is grossly low on the salary compared to the private sector, and specifically this local market. I guess I would challenge the council to confirm that we're getting accurate numbers from our consulting company, not just across the state of Indiana, but here locally, because I've done my homework. I know what the numbers are. I know most of the owners that own the survey and civil engineering companies. I know what the scales are. That's one issue. The other issue is that across all sectors of our society currently, we have a shortage in the workforce, specifically in some of the more niche areas like engineering, surveying, so on and so forth. So the bodies are not there. It's hard to attract them. So I'm saying I'm not just picking on the salary aspect. I think that's one piece of the overall pie. I think there's a lot of moving parts and a lot of dynamics here. I do agree that you know, the time off and the other benefits, that is a perk. I don't dispute that whatsoever. But I think we need to take a holistic view. Do we need to start recruiting? Do we need to do this? Do we need to do that? I don't know. I don't know that there is an easy button, and I don't know that there's one solution to this overall problem, but I guess I would challenge everybody that we work collectively together and try to find some ways to help this situation, because as far as my office is concerned, and I haven't talked to Stu about this, but I know some of the cities, even here locally, but across the state, they, there's basically one of two things. We're able to attract people to come and work at the local government level, or we're going to have to start outsourcing the work, right? Because the work doesn't go away. So in my experience, it depends on the job and it depends on what it is, but typically it's a higher cost when we start outsourcing those things, at least on some of the work that I'm doing. It's not necessarily that way across the board, but those are kind of the two options. So anyway, as far as my position, I mean, I would be, as far as defunding, I mean, I guess you guys are going to do what you're going to do, but as far as the workflow through my office, the workflow is not going to change. The work is still going to be there. So we either do it internally or I'll have to outsource the work. I mean, it's about that easy. So I hope that's been informative. I'm just trying to bring a lot of information to the table. I don't claim necessarily to have one single answer, because I don't think there is one single answer. I think there's a lot of answers. But we need, I didn't even realize there was that many positions open, but that's scary. So.
If I may speak, we've had, Zach and I, lots of conversations about this, and then the commissioners and Jennifer and I spoke in depth this year about Wagner, Irwin, and Shealy. I would say that I have pushed and pushed probably a little too hard to stop using WIS. I'm not necessarily a fan, and here's why. They represent every county in the state except for 8 counties. Others have gone to Baker Tilly. It was a very expensive project, and Senate Bill 1 had just happened, and so we couldn't stomach the funds. The issue is that WIS has become so monotonous in, well, this county has this position, this is what they're classified as, I'm just going to slap a classification on it. That classification is okay, maybe I understand the classification. The pay level for our county has not always matched. So there was lots of years where the deputies didn't get raises, COVID happened, there weren't raises here, so the pay grid did not increase with the times. So maybe the classification is true, but the pay grid is not true. The other half of it is that they're not asking how much foot traffic is in every building that maintenance looks at. How many times is the surveyor going out? How many times do the assessors go out? What's the population that the deputies have to maintain? How many participants are at corrections? How many jail inmates are there? How many employees does HR have? Those are the questions that they don't ask to understand the workload, the population of our county. I mean, you can say we have 200,000, but 10 months of the year, we have an influx of 50,000 people. That's a huge mark missing. Not every county has a Big Ten college that we are also responsible for as a county. Jennifer and I proposed an internal method of classifying and paying our jobs without using a consultant. We would like to try that for a year or so, whereas there's a committee outside of the personnel committee that looks at the classifications. It comes in a sealed envelope. They open it right there at the table, look at it, and determine what the classification should be. And then it goes on to the normal routine steps. We also suggested maybe having both cities, an agreement with both cities, to try to become more in line with what they have going on. Frequently, our departments are spending, he told you, he knows, he's done the research. That's what our departments are doing. They're telling us, hey, but both cities are doing this, Purdue is doing this. And while, yes, we should be close to market, we can't get at market, but we're in a unique situation here in Tippecanoe County because we have 2 other cities and a Big Ten universities. That's where our competition is. Frequently, it's what are the city's benefits, what is their time off, what is Purdue doing? So it puts us in a unique situation. So he's pretty spot on. WIS probably was really great at the time, but I would tell you that I'm not afraid to not have a consultant and do it in-house with the way that the economy and the world is now. There's a lot of areas where we need some change.
I would even go so far as to say, and to continue along with her thought process, maybe there needs to be a different path for non-technical positions versus technical professional positions. Because that's where I really see the disparity. And I'm only speaking for my office right now. But the disparity that I see is greatly divided between the non-technical positions, the COMET positions, so on and so forth, versus the professional administrative technical positions. Because I guess very bluntly, it would appear to me, looking at the salary numbers, that the salaries in the private sector are very comparable on the non-technical positions, but they're completely whacked and out to lunch on the professional technical position. They're too low, in my opinion, based off of the research I've done here locally. And again, I'm talking about local numbers. I'm not talking about other counties and other municipalities, other states, whatever. I'm talking about our local market because it is unique. So, thank you.
Any questions from council, comments?
Any input on the commissioner on this situation? Hearing none?
I understand what everybody's saying, but do we really have that much turnover? Are we really that far off? I mean, I get it. Some positions are. I don't want to become the haves versus the have-nots.
And I don't serve on personnel, but, I think that there's been some shared frustration with WIS. The Baker Tilly is an interesting component, but if I recall, I think it was like 5 times the cost. But maybe it's worth the investment to look at. I would be terrified not to go with some sort of system that provides consistency, because there are entities that are living in the wild, wild west, as Zach referred to, and that's not the answer either. Meaning we've got to have some consistency from department to department on how these positions are being evaluated.
I support that 100%. Do not take anything that I said the wrong way, as in I'm in favor of going back to the way things were as far as what Tom just said, without anybody looking at anything, because it'll be a disaster. We do not want to do that. There's a few of us still here that thinks that, and that's ugly.
I would agree with what Tom said, too. We don't want to go the way of the Wild West, but there may be some value, and I think we looked at somebody besides Baker and Tilly as well, but we may want to broaden that search and just make sure that we're not missing something else out there in terms of a system or a group that could help us with the endeavor.
And I agree with the discussion that we've had, but I think we have two issues here. We have the one issue of looking at jobs and our classification and what we're paying, and I totally get it. There's two components of that. There's the cost of doing it, and then once you get that report, how are you going to fund it if we're that far down? But I think the issue right now is that we look at these positions that have been vacated for 6 months, a year, 18 months. And if we haven't utilized and filled those positions in that length of time, how's the work getting done? Is it not getting done, or is it being redistributed to members in the department and we're functioning and we're efficient? So I think that that's what we need to address right now as we're looking at these positions. Do these positions need to be funded in 2026 for the amount of work that's being done?
And I didn't hear anything saying that that position needed to be filled, to be funded this year. Is there, for the surveyor, is there a reason it needs to be funded this year? Is there work that we need done? I thought that was the question, right?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, so the answer to that is yes, it needs to be funded. If I am able to hire somebody, there's got to be money there to pay them. So.
But you can also come back for an additional appropriation
Well.
if you know the position's coming.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, assuming that's an option, yes.
How long has that position been open?
For about a year now, yeah.
And is there any immediate kind of task or project?
Well, yes, ongoing. So I guess a couple different things. The person that was in the position is currently working on a part-time role. Is taking care of some of the duties. So getting back to what Kathy was saying as far as the workflow and the duties and things of that nature, currently for this position, as I said, the person that vacated the full-time position is working for me part-time, day and a half, 2 days a week as needed. But it's taking care of reviewing parcelizations and other rural estates and things of that nature, smaller jobs that are coming through. So that workflow is pretty consistent year after year after year. The AutoCAD duties and some of the mapping has been we'll just make it easy. The other duties of the position has either happened to one of two things. They've either been redistributed to other employees, I've picking up the slack, or have outsourced it to consulting companies. So.
And then that part-time position,
Mm-hmm.
why have they chosen not to take the full-time position?
Because it's the person that retired. Yeah, and quite honestly,
Keep them on until you can find that
well,
full-time.
the idea was that the person that retired in the position, basically he and I worked together to where the idea was he would train, the successor, but I haven't found the new hire yet. So that was the hopes. So.
Do you have a sense of how much money you've spent outsourcing that work?
Not off the top of my head, but I'd say over the last year, somewhere between probably 75 to 150, just roughly. I'd have to look and see, but that's probably in the ballpark.
Are you getting any resumes in that's even worth having them come in for an interview and further discussion, or all the resumes you're getting are just
Yeah,
not
the easy
even-
answer is no.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, like I said, there's two bigger reasons based off of my research and in my opinion. Number one, there is a shortage of that talent pool to begin with. And then the pay cut would be so drastic. Because I've talked to people, I've tried to recruit them, and I tell them, they go, no, they're not going to do that. So that's, that's just, and like I said, there's other things, I'm sure there's other things, but those are the two biggest ones, I guess, based off of the conversations that I've had, so.
So I would propose that we take it out of the budget, and if he needs it, he can come back and ask for an appropriation. Otherwise, we're taking money out of a budget that we may not spend, that we could be using somewhere else.
And just for clarification for myself, if we do that, he can still continue the interviewing process
Well, that's a good question.
and talk with, or what, because if
Yeah,
it's a
that's a good
position
question.
that's needed, I
That
don't
is a good
want
question.
to stop that.
So currently, we don't, if it's not a funded position, then we don't post it under recruiting. So this would need to be, it's a bigger discussion than just unfunding a job. And we don't post positions, if somebody tells us they're retiring, we don't post it until it's in writing, until it's legitimate, and then it cannot be filled until the funds are true, if you will. So if we had to do a payout, then it's not, if there's not funding there, then we're not filling it. So if he recruits someone, he would have to set a 6 to 8 week start date to make sure that he was approved by council, depending on the date of how things fall for the funding.
Yeah, that's a,
Zach, do you feel that because it's been open for a year, do you think that you are going to find somebody, say, in the next 6 months that would take this position for that amount of money?
I guess my most honest answer is I have no clue. My gut reaction is no.
Okay, so then my question is that as we enter into 2026, and if we start looking at positions, and if this could be possibly one of the positions that's looked at, the salaries made adjustment,
Right.
then we potentially then repost it, refund that position, and then you look for somebody.
Yeah, I mean, that's possible, I guess. Personally, I hate to take it down, just from the simple fact that there's somebody out there looking and they run across it. I mean, it's right, you don't. And keep in mind that, when I was hired into the position in 2003, the position had been open since 99/2000. It had been open almost 4 years. So it is a position that it takes sometimes it takes time to find somebody. The person that recently retired from the position, so the last time when I left the position to become the county surveyor, it was open for roughly 6 months, we'll say, and which was then occupied by the person that just recently retired. So I felt very fortunate and blessed at that point in time for two reasons. First of all, that was right, well, not right after, but it was still during the aftermath of the 2008 Great Recession, and we had an attrition board here in place at the time. And I was blessed, number one, that the attrition board agreed to allow me to keep the position. And then I felt extremely, even more blessed after that when Jim Butcher walked into my office and wanted the position. And so I guess all that to say, I think I got really, really lucky, because it was only open a handful of months. So I don't know what the right answer to the question is, but I would hate to defund it But I understand you guys got to do what you got to do. But I will tell you that, kind of going back to what I just said a few minutes ago, in my tenure at the county, as time has went on, every year I feel like I have less control to run my office, and that's very frustrating. I will communicate that to all of you. So for whatever that is or is not. But anyway, it is what it is, but I hope I've answered the question. I would hope that we don't defund it, but.
And I think that we can keep, like, because I'm sure the other department heads are gonna come up and make a strong case, like Zach has made a really good case to keep it funded, that we keep in our mind the totals that come up to keep them funded, and then we may look at reducing the percentage of what budget we use from 97 to 96 would be better than defunding. That would be a win-win for both sides.
Yeah, I think we need to definitely think more about this, and as we're going through the process, the rest of today and tomorrow, decide on that. Yeah,
Appreciate it.
thank you, Zach.
Thanks, Zach.
Everyone, I
Thanks.
appreciate your time.
Okay. All right, let's get back to our, where are we at? Assessors. Yeah. John, do you have anything on this one?
Where is it?
I don't see Eric.
I think Eric mentioned he was going to be at a conference today.
Okay.
Might be listening. We could reach out to him by text or email. The biggest change to his is for the board members, the PETA BOA board members. And going back to, he's, feels like it's the council decision how to pay them or what to pay, but that there needs to be an increase because of the technical skills that are being asked of the board members. And so what he said he submitted was 80% of the county council pay.
Didn't we increase this a little bit last year?
A little bit, yes.
What was
So
that? What's that 80%? What was that last comment?
80% of county council pay is what he feels would be more appropriate.
Remind me how many people are on the board?
Where is he?
5 plus the assessor is the 6th member, although I don't know that he's a voting.
Yeah.
And their current rate is 140 a day. This is the same information I had up last year, just, you know, I had inquired with him and talked to him about it. I did go through and add the 2025 appeals that I received in a list, and there were 1,544. He had said last year that about 80% of the appeals go to PETA BOA, the rest are settled by their office. And I could tell that there are still 658 outstanding from the 2024.
Will he be here tomorrow? We know. Or does anybody
I can
know?
inquire, but I don't know.
So you say in 2024, there's 658 remaining. Does that mean they haven't, like, the 25 hasn't?
They
They
just
haven't even
work
started
off
that?
of a master list, and, I mean, they have some even further back than 24.
Oh.
But from what I could tell, he had said 2,000 last year, and it looked like there were 658 of those still on the list. And the 1,544 would be, you know, obviously just this year have signed up.
Yeah, that seems like a pretty big increase. Again, what was it? We raised it to 140. What was it the year before when we raised it? Do you remember? Was it
It's like 120?
125 or so,
125?
120 something? Maybe Ben. Ben, did you have any conversations with the assessor in regards to the board member
Yeah,
increase?
you just want me to speak to the justification?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, pull up my notes to help me out. Yeah, so, his rationale is essentially, and I think I agree with it largely, so I'll do my best to represent it. PETA-BOA, they make a ton of different budget, decisions that affect our budget, like ruling on a lot of organizations, whether or not they're tax exempt, if they're nonprofit or not, which has potentially multi-million-dollar ramifications on our budget. And the board that comprises, they have to have a lot of legal expertise and a lot of training on their end, and they get paid virtually nothing to do that. And so I think that there's been some expressed concern about, what's their incentive to put in the requisite amount of time to make sure that those valuations are done appropriately. And that, that's the gist of the rationale for the bump in the wage. I also asked him about like how it would compare to other counties, and he had mentioned that there are comparable counties that make up to twice even the proposed amount that he's proposing to PETA-BOA members. Some are similar, some are worse, but he said it would put us on the higher end comparatively of payment. And then he also mentioned, which I think was valuable to consider, is that we're one of the fastest growing counties in the entire country by residential building permits per capita, which makes their job even more important.
So did he happen to mention that he thinks that they'll get the 2025 budget 7,200? Right now, they're only at 1,500 for that line item. Are they going to make that 7,200?
For which line item? I'm sorry.
1132 under county assessor. So right now, the actual through June 30th
Right.
is 1516. Adopted 2025 budget is 7,200. So
Yep.
within 6 months, he thinks he'll even hit the 25 budget?
That part I'm not sure about.
I'm looking
I would
here.
think so.
Yeah.
How often do those claims come in? The statute seems to suggest that it'd be once a year that you submit for payment, but I don't know if that's how we actually do it.
Okay,
I think we process it after they have their hearing day.
okay.
But last year, you split it between reassessment and general fund. So it looks like they've spent the exact same out of reassessment. It could be that they have more of their hearings the later half of the year, because the first part is they're busy with people walking in and actually filing the appeal paperwork, so.
So how much does an average board member make a year doing this? Do we have that? Like,
PETA-BOA? I thought it was $1,000. But they asked me to be on it.
Yeah, it's quite low.
Conflict of
You
interest.
said how,
they're doing
Yeah.
that they have about,
140. Can you pull up one of their salary statements? Or, no?
pardon?
Yeah, go ahead.
I would say it's around 1,000.
They make $1,000 a year
Yep.
Yeah.
doing this meeting 12 times.
Said they generally have 12 meetings, 140 day. It looks like he also pays for their prep work days, but that's at a lesser rate. So I don't really know how to tell without digging into the the payroll claims, you know, how much is which. But we could do that.
I was asked to be on it, I told them the conflict of interest, I can't.
Yeah, and I think one thing you mentioned that I felt was valid is that, like, kind of comparing what a county councilor does to what a PWO member does. We are both kind of meeting monthly, and one county councilor makes more money than all 5 PWO board members. Obviously, we have a larger budget that we're looking at, but they're still looking at a lot of money that affects the county budget, and there's a lot of expertise and training expected for the people who are on there.
County council people have assignments also, like I built.
Right, I mean,
I
we
built
meet
a
more.
sewer in
Yeah.
Romney, Indiana. It took me 12 years, night and day.
And the only time they meet 12 times a year, and that's it. I shouldn't say that's it, because there's a lot of work that goes into that 12 months a year, or 12 times a year, but they don't meet other times during the month for various things, or whatever it is. It's just those 12 meetings.
Yeah, and I'm
Okay.
certainly not saying pay each of them the same that, a county councilor does, but just kind of putting that into perspective.
If I could add, I mean, I completely concur with what's been saying. I've been the one that's had to recruit folks to these positions, for these appointments, I should say, and every time one of them resigns, I get a little pit in my stomach, because it's like, who are we going to find that has these qualifications that meet the criteria, because they have to be, the party alignment has to be balanced, they have to be either level 1 or level 2 certified. So it is really complicated. And I mean, the amount of work they're putting in it's intense. So an additional pay, I think, is warranted for these folks.
To this extent?
And I'm sorry, I didn't see the amount that it's being. Is it?
Well, it's increasing the budget from, this line item, 7,200 to 87, almost 88,000.
Oh, yeah, well, probably not to that extent.
Okay.
But-
Just checking,
Yeah.
just checking.
And
And that's only one line item. It's split
I'll
between
just
another
add-
one.
Step process.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'll just add really quick, I don't know that I necessarily agree with the extent of the increase as well. And I frankly don't know what the exact appropriate number would be, but I do think it's pretty clear that it should be significantly higher than what it's at right now.
How many's on the board? 5?
Yeah, so that's about 17.5 per, which I would say is a little high.
So, and he's asking for everything to come out of the general fund versus last year he had half of it out of reassessment and none out of reassessment this year. on the
Right, and
426.
he had made the case for that, saying that only about 10 to 15% have to do with reassessment.
Well, we're saying that other counties are paying up to 300 a day. Is that maybe somewhere we could start thinking about where we should be comparing to other counties? What was it? What were the other counties? 80 to 300?
300.
I think so.
That was last year. This was what I had put together last year.
Are not some of those board members realtors, though? I mean,
All of it.
most of them are realtors, they work.
A couple of them are.
Yeah, some are, yeah.
That's what I thought.
And that's probably expertise that's needed for that, right? I would assume? Yeah.
If my math is correct, Lisa, let's just assume we did the 300, just for math purposes, $300 times the 12 regular meetings, which are the 8-hour days, plus $300 times 3/4 of a day, times 12 meetings. Maybe my math is wrong, but that'd be a difference of about $24,000 in total, between an additional 24,000.
Did you include the prep?
Yes.
in that? Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
Yep. I did 3/4 of $300,
And,
which is what he did I thought
Yeah.
he did that. So the total budget would be 31.5 for 5 board members. If my math is correct, there's a chance that I'm missing something.
You got it.
So would that make it easier to recruit people, Tom, do you think? Yeah.
I don't feel comfortable going to the amount he's requested, given the enhanced discussions regarding
Yeah.
salaries and wages with countywide.
Yeah.
I'd be okay with putting that in.
I mean, that's still a heck of an increase from what it is.
Mhm.
Yeah. And I think, and maybe Tom, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's not just about attracting good people, but it's also about really ensuring that they're, putting in the work and feeling like they're getting something out of it versus whatever else they could be doing, with their day job. And so making sure that those decisions are well researched and well made.
5 members. Yep.
But yeah, I'm fine with the 31.5. I think that's perfectly reasonable.
And do you want to split it between the two funds, and how would you want to split it?
Could we do 90-10? If he's saying 10 to 15% is reassessment related,
Yeah.
let's err on the side of 10%. I mean, I'm trying to align the payment with the duties.
Yep, makes sense.
Ben, did you have anything else on his budget? That was the only thing he and I talked about.
Yeah, that was basically
Yeah. Okay. You good? Ready to move forward?
Yep.
All right. Let's see. County council is the next. Anything
Is
on
the
that?
dues and fees for the county council, the,
The AIC membership, yeah.
do we need to have that?
Is that a requirement?
Yeah, I don't know. Or if we did, commissioners pick it up.
what do we get out of it?
Magazines?
The dues and
the-
subscriptions for the council is like their, or
Yeah.
actually not AIC, it's your association, your council association.
Mm. And that covers all of us,
Mhm.
right?
But if no one attends the summer session, or you don't think you need it, then just type it out.
Do we want to take it out or leave it in?
Does anyone find it useful?
I read the emails. I get
Yeah, I do read the emails.
Okay. Well, if you find it useful and if it's worth spending, then.
Okay. All right.
It's a $70 million budget,
Yeah.
I know.
We're looking for every piece we can. Okay. Commissioners.
Well, 3230 postage, it's listed at 250, and we're going to go down to 225. So minus 25 on that one. That's all I had for general fund.
Did you guys have anything
Anything
additional?
else?
No? Okay. All right. 63.
$31.90. That was to go to minus 250,000.
Are we on EDIT budget? Oh, on
11.
Page 63,
Yeah,
11.
1110. I don't think so.
Yeah, that was on Edith.
Yes.
1110, Edith.
Okay. So this one was going, well, 1,000,005 was going down to what?
Minus 250,000.
Page 70. I don't have anything on that.
Oops, didn't have anything on that one.
Mm-mm. Page 95. Animal
No, that
control?
was just the swap.
Okay. 98. Nope. That's all I had.
Where did we put the seats? That was on King County. Where was that?
Cume cap, where's?
King Cap is.
You didn't have anything on parking garage?
No,
No.
no, we didn't have anything for the garage. Fund.
1138, Cume
1138.
cap.
What page is
I
that
have
on?
revenue estimates on that, too.
Oh, because we're all over the place. It's
All
okay.
over the place here, 1138.
We're trying to find cume cap
Here we
in
go.
the book.
69.
You can't read our minds?
Don't know what we're talking about?
Oh, here it is.
Here we go.
Okay. Yeah, page 68.
68. Did you talk to Randy about that?
It's 0. 0, yeah. We told him we were going to take it out. What line is it?
Oh, line item, 4310. $4310 on page 70. There was a minus 200,000 in that line item.
On the
For
building?
the seats.
Yes.
Amphitheater seats. So, yeah, subtract 200,000.
Oh, I think it's down here.
Okay, and then there was some discussion about the outfitting of our vehicles, the sheriff's department's vehicles. And we had that listed as 220,000, and I think we were going to take that up to 241. Is that correct? it says, for the outfitting of the vehicles.
That's for current vehicles that are not on your lease. That's for doing, for whatever, that's the thing that's not on your lease. There's a problem keeping that there.
They're all going to lease, we won't be out.
So all of that is for, we're not going to keep any of that extra? Because that was the question I had, I called and asked you about.
When we outfit them, we don't outfit them again.
No, but that's, what we want to make sure that everything is.
I think that's all I had.
That's all I had, too. We weren't sure if that was anything, or anything that you had to do with your current vehicles, and if there was anything that was missing off of the outfitting of the current lease. All right, we can take it off.
Well, I just want to make sure that.
220.
Yeah.
That's, I have had no discussions with that.
Is Tracy concerned about this now?
I've done, that's what the enterprise,
And then
I've got those
241,
numbers.
so Tracy.
Separate.
And that should include, that includes outfitting.
Okay.
Yes.
Then evidently,
She said
yes.
trans.
So leave it at the, what was
Or you
it?
can take it out.
220,000?
Okay, show me, which line are you on this?
Yeah, I don't know which line you're on.
It's line 4530. QMCAP, machinery and equipment slash safety. It's 1.268478 million. And it says, there's a footnote about Tracy's concerned.
About the number.
Okay, yes. Resale of old vehicles goes against this price expense of 220,000, and yes, we're concerned about that. So that we can, I don't know if that's to take staggered government, I'm not sure why that was on there. That was
The whole amount?
Yeah, I think that's the outfit, and I think the concern was who owned the equipment at the end of the lease.
Yeah,
Okay,
because
so
right,
you can take that out then?
No, because what it means is we own that equipment at the end of the lease, so we can reinstall it in the next round.
right, that was my understanding.
It's irrelevant.
Then leave it?
Okay, so we can recycle it as appropriate.
So the 220,000 is to
Outfit with these vehicles.
vehicles with equipment we already have.
Well, it'll be new equipment
new
that we
equipment.
will retain and
Got
you know,
it.
put in the next round of vehicles.
Okay,
As appropriate, if it's working.
okay. So keep it at 220.
That's right. Okay.
Okay, I think we got that. Clear as mud. All right. You good?
Yeah, that's it. That's unless somebody else had
Anybody
something.
anybody have any questions? Okay. Human resource, oh, what?
ADA, did we hit that with it?
Which one?
It's under the commissioner's budget, ADA, because Paula said don't cut, so. Commissioners, ADA 1150. Under, that was back under aided, sorry.
I did have a question about the telephone system. Could we put that in to eat it, or?
I made a note here, it's under the Do It department, but it's not been added.
Okay, so we need to talk about that.
Okay. Anything else? You good? Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. HR 1120. Not much, really nothing there. Good. Okay.
Good.
All right. Then we got 1130 maintenance. John and Ben. Anything there? Comments? No?
This is just a question. When we think about all of the buildings that we have, do we know, have we cost accounted each building to know how much each building is costing us to maintain? Everything that goes into this building, do we know how much it costs us to maintain this building? Or, you know, when you think about the jail, or just the separate buildings that we own, do we know, do we have an idea of how much it costs? I mean, I see we have one great big budget, but how much is it for each building?
It would, I mean, it's something that could be calculated, but it would take, you know, splitting up employees, it would take splitting up some contracts, that type of thing.
Yeah.
It's something that can be calculated.
And can I also suggest, it also matters to what repairs are done in the building each year. Like this year, we're updating chillers. I mean, that fluctuates. As for overall, the one building that costs the most to maintain on average across the board is the jail.
Oh,
That's just simple fact.
oh, yeah, yeah. I think, yeah.
Ding,
I
ding,
think I
ding,
would've
you win.
guessed that. Yeah. Okay, just, I mean, just when you think about, you know, how much we have and how much our budget is, just thinking about a cost accounting for each of the facilities.
Kathy, that also preventative maintenance versus things that don't come up.
Right.
Those are some of the biggest things that we get, the things we can't control.
That's a good point. I think it would show you how the buildings are slowly demanding more maintenance and upgrading. So that would tell you that we need to tear it down and get rid of it. Move the building. I mean, I'm thinking about ways of saving money. Maybe combine some buildings. I don't know how many buildings we own. Anybody know? Forget the fairgrounds and the jail. Yeah, well, look at all the revenue. it generates.
That is a good question. How many buildings do we own? How many? 13. 13 buildings. Guessing? You're guessing.
I can get you that number, I just have to go back and pull it from our insurance appraisal.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Are you talking about how many sites or how many?
Buildings, structures.
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 Billion.
Right, structures, like
Right, like the amphitheater.
building.
Hamilton.
From our cost allocation sheet that we get every spring, that we have to go through and we have to itemize each one of our buildings, and we go and update that.
Okay.
A lot of them, that's how many are a lot.
A lot.
How about carry home? How about maintenance out there?
It's good.
Good.
No, it's real good. It's in great shape.
You ought to be a public defender.
Don't touch carry home.
Get a little protective
A little
here.
possessive.
Go turf work here. Yeah.
All right, moving on.
Okay.
This could get ugly really fast.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else on maintenance? Page 71, there's some additional. We
And I
have,
have Tony on standby if you have a question for him.
okay. What about the increase in 4310 building? Well, is there anything major that we have planned for any of the buildings?
Chillers.
Oh, yeah, she did just say that. Is that, I assume that's the increase for 4310 then? No?
Sorry, he asked me a question, I'm sorry, what did you ask?
So are the chillers, chillers, the increase of 4310 then?
That includes
Which-
the renovations.
Oh, okay, all right. Okay. Anybody have anything else on maintenance? Okay. Moving on. Soil and water. Sure. Join in on the fun.
Yeah.
Hi.
Hi, well, good morning still.
Good morning. All right. Doesn't look like there's much change. We just wanted you to come and join us for a second.
The only increase we had right there is the normal personnel, and then we went from 15,000 to 20,000, which we've been at 15,000 since 2011. Actually, 2007, we also got 15,000, so we've been operating on a shoestring for quite a while.
All right. Any questions? Soil and water. Okay, thank you. Do it, 1410.
Okay, is Dusty here? There he is.
Oh.
So I have two things we can change. 3150, professional services and training, from 4,000 to 2,000. And then the line below that, 3210, can go down to 3,000. Other than that, I don't think there are any other changes in the general fund section. Do you want to talk about the telephone situation? Because that's not in the budget.
Yeah, so when we initially purchased the telephone system that we're operating on, they purchased perpetual user licenses that we purchased one time back in 2011, and we've been using them since then. Our vendor has decided that they're no longer going to allow the perpetuals to be used on the newer versions of their software. And that has spiked the cost to operate a supported system. And it's drastically changed the math as to what is the cheapest option and best option for the county. So we are trying to evaluate candidates to do, how the phone system's going to look in the future.
But we're expecting we're going to need some money next year for phones.
Yes.
We don't know how much yet. And
Yes, some of them are going to require a replacement of our existing hardware, users' phones and things of that nature. Others are software costs depending on which route we wind up taking. We are foreseeing a jump, but we don't know if it's going to be hardware or software.
so the question is, do we want to put this in the budget? How do we account for that in the budget next year? And I think you had I thought we had a minimum number that I sent.
82,000 was what you sent.
Yeah, 82.
Yeah.
So we could add it to an EDIT or CUME-CAP line item if commissioners are agreeable. I don't know how that process went. 82,000 for phone, either hardware or software for next year.
Within needed, I think
Yes.
room within needed.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah, maybe that's a better.
okay.
I'll add it to software, and then I guess if you know what the breakdown would be, we can always do a transfer.
Okay.
On the EDIT revenue, I had a question about the miscellaneous sources of revenue. You put in 719,000. Do you know what you're expecting to bring in additional there?
Those were numbers I got from you.
But she got it from me. I don't remember 719,000, but
I'm not sure, I mean, the only thing that we put in there was that from, was it interest?
Was that what got carried over accidentally from the reimbursement for the animal shelter for last year?
yeah, she took that out. That was 2.3 for this year, which, do we expect to get all of that by the end of this year?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm not sure about that. 719. Maybe we could do,
I had interest for you of 622, 948, and then there was miscellaneous revenue of 119, 872, and that was calculated per the email you sent was July 13th.
did you say 119, 872? Okay. All right. So you have total projected revenue of almost 13.6, and your budget sits at 14.7 right now, which you have cash to accommodate.
Anything else on do it?
That's all I had on the general fund.
Thank you. All right, we're gonna come back to voters when we do the clerks.
Okay.
Okay, so which will be.
Did you tell her that?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So I told her right after lunch.
Okay.
Area plan, 2510.
Still morning.
Morning.
All right. I've got 4 areas of increase, 3 areas where I've made some cuts, and then 4 areas that we're just carrying over as the same. On the increase side, the main event really is the professional services legal, and that's connected with zoning enforcement. As you know, since we've established that new position that you funded for us, our zoning enforcement inspector, we are more robustly prosecuting these cases. And the more egregious ones do get to the point where we do file lawsuits, and that obviously does increase that item. So we are requesting an increase there that is kind of commensurate with what we had asked for earlier for the just a couple of months ago, that we think will probably be able to carry us through for the balance of the year. And so that's kind of where we stand on that end. But be happy to answer any questions for the 26 appropriations here.
Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Building commission. Nothing big there?
Nothing big.
Nope.
Only thing is increases our wages. We did lose the cell phone from last year to this year for $1,500, so, but no big changes.
Any questions for Bill? And then you're going to find out the revenue
She's
side,
working on it
right?
right now, so
Okay.
we should have it this afternoon,
Perfect.
hopefully.
All right, thank you.
Mhm.
Veteran Services. John, Ben, do you have anything for that one? You good?
Yeah,
Okay.
no, yeah, sorry.
All right, that's okay. All right, weights and measures, nothing really on that side either. Anybody have any questions on that?
Well, I'm
Just
wondering
decrease.
if that's correct, that he didn't submit any budget for these other items.
It is correct. We had a conversation
him.
about it. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
Yep.
And so where would you pay for those from?
He has, mostly like the supplies is for, the stickers and stuff that he has, and he has some of those still, enough for those. Yeah, let me, let me look at my notes real quick.
Gas and oil.
Yeah, gas and oil's the main one that I'd be worried about.
We did, I mean, we had that conversation, he said it was right, because I looked at it. I'll ask him again, just to make sure on the gas and oil, but. Mm-hmm. Okay. I'll confirm again, but I'm pretty sure it's good. All right, Billa.
Yeah, not much here as well. We looked at a few things to, oh, I think she's coming up, so.
Good morning.
Morning. I only have a couple of areas that I really changed anything in. One was the food, we went up like 2,500. And I talked to my food service person. He thinks we can do it with that amount. And then the other thing I increased was in maintenance and repairs. Because Tony's helped us out a couple of times this year with a couple of major issues we've had, and he's absorbed that in his budget, and so we upped it so we could, if we have issues come up, we'll have the money there to do it next year. So those are the only two things that I really changed, and the rest of it then is just staffing, wages.
Okay. Any questions? All right, thank you. Carry home.
Commissioner Byers, do you have anything else?
They are our shining stars.
No, I'm sorry, what did you say? Can you get closer to that microphone?
No, I was mumbling.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You'll see that anything that I requested increases on are due to just anticipated cost of doing business in life. We tried to net reduce other things in order to offset that. So there's not a overage or an increase over our standard operating. Do you want to talk about revenue here, Ben?
Yeah, we can talk about revenue now that the department's up, Jennifer.
So we are fully staffed, which is very exciting. which means that when I talk about and think about fully staffed and what we can do, there is the potential for bringing in additional kids, even though we really individualize attention for the youth we serve. When we're fully staffed and we're doing really well with the kids and we have the right kids in placement, sometimes we don't have the right kids in placement, but we have to offer those services because we don't have a secure detention facility. I don't know if you all knew that, but for juveniles. And so there are some times where juvenile probation cannot find a setting, an appropriate jail setting for kiddos. And so at that point, it's either juvenile probation will call and say, our choices are, we can release this child to a hotel with their parent on home detention, or what would you like to do, Rebecca? I would like that kid in placement with us and securely as much as we can, supervising and supporting that family. So when that happens and we have kids in who are much higher acuity than we're used to, we can't necessarily take additional kids in on that same unit. So we really are limited to our capacity at that point. We're hoping that that will not continue, and then we can increase our services to other youth and other counties and communities as we often want to do. So with that, if we were just to conservatively, because again, we don't know our per diem until November or December. Our per diem is set by the state of Indiana. The state of Indiana has said very aggressively that they are trying to reduce every per diem in every residential facility down to $900 per day, and everyone across the county will have that same. We do have a secret weapon in Linda Tedder, who allocates all of our costs and has, as you've seen, I mean, we're at 1,000% increase of our per diem since she started because of her work. And so she will continue to capture those costs and we continue to push up against those caps by statute as much as we can. But long story short, we think that if we just conservatively look at, if we have an $1,100 a day per diem with one additional kid, we can raise that up $300,000. And I don't think that's a huge stretch.
Is that the current per diem now is 1,100?
The current per diem is anywhere from $1,800 to $2,200, and the state has said that they are going to try and push us back between that $900 and $1,100 range. But they'll have to, we're being conservative in the hopes that we'll still be in the $1,200 to $1,500 because of the caps, but we really don't know. They have all of the discretion at setting that, but there is some tied to there's some amounts tied to statute that we think can push us up a little bit.
And what's the in-house population now?
We currently only have 3 youth because we were able to reduce our census of the 1 youth who was in on electronic monitoring and could not be paired with another youth. So we have 2 youth pending, so we'll be up to 5 fairly soon. And that's a good number. That helps our success. So overall, just to give you the background, in 2024, we served over 1,500 youth and families in our most intensive programs. And we have 24 programs operating right now at Carry Home and in the community and in the schools. And across those programs, our most intensive is that residential, where kids live with us 24/7. And that success rate is right at 71%. So 71% of youth who come into our services in our most intensive and our highest needs do not go on to go back into the system or commit another offense before age 14. Before age 18. Boy, that sounds like we serve really young kids. Before age 18. Of our other programs that are less intensive, we're up to a 96% success rate. So kids who come into those other 22 services, they are not getting back into the system or reoffending for the first time when they come in through our diversion or any other of our not lower level, lower and mid-level services. And the reason we can do that is because we really individualize attention. So it's small groups. You don't want a 25-bed, 25-kid facility because then we are going to have an explosion of rearrests, problems, issues, and concerns because we'll have kids who don't need to be there and kids who need to be in a more restrictive environment that are in our placement that are then teaching our kids, or some kids, the kids, bad habits and more intensive behaviors.
I I just think back when I was a house parent,
Absolutely.
we had 40.
Absolutely. And you think about those kiddos, because we've done the research on those kiddos when we were at 25 at Carry Home, and upwards of 85% of those kids went on to adult prison because they weren't getting what they needed, because there were so many kids condensed with high needs in that population.
Thank you for the additional revenue estimate.
Yes.
I like that number, keep getting closer and closer. Yeah, in the work and then the success rate. And, you know, I know you've touched on this a lot recently. The juveniles who are offenders with weapons, guns specifically, the success rate so far in the early stages of that programming is very high considering the offenses that the juveniles have committed. But again, I do want to reiterate that we've discussed this at length over the year or two or many about the juvenile security detention facility. The need is still there, so don't take what Rebecca's saying as all is well. There's still, in my opinion, a strong need. Individual probably, if I'm assuming correctly, would have been placed at secret facility, which allowed beds at Carry Home. But because of the needs of the young individual, we were able to provide a safe environment for the community at large. But there's the need is still very much prevalent in there.
Absolutely. And when we have one youth that we can serve on a unit because of their high need, high acuity, and we know that we are not the right place for them, we can't bring other kids in.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a missed opportunity for a lot of folks.
Yep.
And revenue producing.
Going to the Carry Home Donation Fund, 4130, really nothing, no changes there. And then continuing down to the Francis Powers Trust. Same thing there, no changes.
Thank you, Yadira. This is the most money that it's been bringing in a long time. We appreciate it.
5950. No.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
On 11:43 on our schedule, on the agenda, we have lunch at 11:45. Do we want to stop for lunch at this point? Or, yeah, okay. All right, and then it looks like we're scheduled for 11:45 to 1:15, so be back here by 1:15. Thank you.
I remember on the refrigerator, we had a magnet or something that said, "The Lord is my shepherd, but Bob Knight is my coach."
All right, welcome back, everybody. Let's go ahead and get started. All right, so before we get back into the departments, Bill shared an increase for the permits. So on line item 0301. No. Permits, building commission, changed the 418,650 to 500,000. So we'll be increasing it $81,350. Okay, and that is assuming that we will be increasing the fees. Yes, but feel comfortable with that number at this point. Let's make sure we get through the fee increase first before we do that. All right, okay. Let's also go back.
Jody, something else to add. I don't know if you want to put down property selling or this, that, or whatever, but if we do sell that one lot there at the fairgrounds, we're guessing 175 to 200,000 that could come in. The house and lot.
I'm not sure where that would go, but.
Property sold or county property sold or however you want to label it. There is a line I thought said, well, we're giving a rough guess. We really don't know what the price. We're going to say 175,000. So
Okay.
I think you can add that to revenue. We're not buying anything.
No.
But we will sell you, John.
John Baxter's got it. Right across the street from your favorite place to eat.
I go to Alvario's.
Where are you gonna put that?
I don't know, we'll figure out where to put that.
Yeah, at 175, let's just have to remember that.
Yeah, write it down so we, okay, we'll get that added. Thank you. Okay, let's get back to departments. Let's go back to the voter registration, and then with that, we will also do all the clerk's files. So Julie, if you want to come on up. Hello.
Whoops. Thank you, Madam President, for working with my crazy schedule. All right, I can go ahead and just say, like, you're looking at the elections, and the elections, so we didn't put any room, like, for any cushion or anything like that. We're, just like last year, a very tight budget. If I'm going to need anything extra, we'll do an additional appropriation. It's a little bit difficult still with our new equipment and things we've gotten, because we had grants that paid for several of our elections on the way. This is, last year and this year are the first years of dealing with the actual cost of an election, because they've been covered in the grants that we've had. And we are working on right now changing our precincts so they're lower. So we're hoping to even lower the cost, because once we get under 100 precincts, we go under a threshold on charges for microvotes system. So we're working on that. But there's just not a whole lot of cushion on that. But if there's any questions, please let me know.
I know when we met, we had talked a little bit about maybe building up the reserve fund.
Yes, that is something I want to talk about, because, all right, so for sure, in the next few years, we're going to be looking at new e-poll books. And the reason is because it's an Apple product, and the Apple products are only serviced for so many, the updates are only good for so many years. And I just really want to press on you that that fund needs to be continually be funded. You're looking at, in a few years from now, this could be $1 million expense. Now, I'm hoping you won't need as many poll books, e-poll books, but still, $850,000 to $1 million just on the e-poll books. And of course, I would not count on getting another grant for a new new electronic system. Those usually, they say, look at 10 years. We got this in 21, so in 31, probably would be able to push it a few years, but going past 15, absolutely not. You need to have those monies so that these can be funded in case there's no grant. I just wouldn't count on a grant right now. Thank you, Barry.
Can you help me understand the 1160? It doubled from 2,500 to 5,000 in the request for this year.
That was because Jennifer Weston, it was always in board members, and Jennifer Weston asked to have that broken out in a separate line item. That's a whole new line item. This wasn't a line item before. And also, the other reason would be one of those pays is it's a stipend for clerk only during election years, not during, and 25 is a non-election year, so that pay does not exist this year.
So in 24 is 2,500, which was an election year.
Excuse me?
24 was an election year, $2,500. This year was not.
24 was an election year.
I'm just trying to understand how it
25
went
is
from
not.
2,500 to 5,000. I understand the stipend. I'm not arguing that.
So it wasn't available in 25. So next year it is available because it's a general election. We have election next year in 26. And also there's the per diem that for clerk running the voter registration office. Not all clerks run the voter registration office. We've been using that since I've been here.
Okay. I don't recall that conversation.
In all these
but-
years, it was in the board members' pay.
Okay.
Any other questions on elections?
Let's go ahead and move.
Oh, wait a minute. I do have some other information I want to give you because this was last year, a request from the council. You had asked, like, what you wanted a log on the conversations or what kind of time and what kind of topics that the board members and my staff have. And so correspondence so far this year, this is not with me, this is just with two of the staff members, about 64. In-person office visits, around 20. And phone calls is over 35. And topics that have been just this year, things like the precinct adjustment, which is on Perry, Wabash, and Weah. Campaign finance enforcement, as you know, a new law had gone through, and a lot of changes. We had to get a hold of everybody concerning finance. Changes in school board vacancy process, the Dayton Town Board changes, their vacancy compliance, judge paperwork for confidentiality. We wanted to make sure that judges' information was confidential. That's something the board was spoken with. Shadeland Town Board composition change, West Lafayette Council vacancies, West Lafayette City Judge issues, and vacancy, the legislation review, and equipment inventory audit and inspection. Okay, now I'm done.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, let's go ahead and move to the rest of the clerk department. Page 51 is the first one. Any comments about that one?
And 58, there you go, 5810.
5810.
Yeah, again, you know, these numbers come from looking at the past. The only thing that, we have about 7 conferences, by the way, each year for clerks. We're looking at each year, we're trying to add 4 chairs because our chairs are falling apart. So there's some extra money there. And our printing is very, we don't always know how much we need. We have a big increase this year, might even need to ask for an additional appropriation. But I can say that the full-time employee, we had one of the, we had a new employee that we just hired, we didn't even have her a year, and she's already been moved to the courts. And so there's a position that I haven't been able to use all year, and we hired another one that's coming in September. So just to let you know, there's a position that the pay hasn't even come out, so for this year. Just trying to keep our staff full. We haven't been able to do it. Hopefully next year we will have it all full. But that's extra money. I don't know, any other questions? Again, I keep this pretty tight, looking at previous years. P.O. box prices have gone up.
There is, so one of the things this morning we talked about was, and Sadie had provided a list of positions that have been vacant for
Yeah, that's what
a
I'm
year.
talking
So
about.
that's when you're talking about the
Yeah.
deputy?
Yeah, every time I think we're going to get it filled, we got another one. Yeah, the courts take employees.
All right. Any more on that one? Okay. Page 65. 1119.
There's a lot of money in this one. I'm trying to use this one more, and we'll continue to do so. Next year, this is the clerk record perpetuation, so it can only be used for certain things, such as the filing and...
Yeah. Okay. Any questions about that one? No? All right, page 89. Nothing there, it's 0%. 109,
You want the 8899,
yeah.
4D?
Yep, 109.
I don't know what page, sorry.
Yeah.
It's 8899. There you go. There it is. Okay, so this one again, this is just for 4D, and we are paying one of our employees full-time once again because there's still enough money in it. In the past, we had to split that between general fund and 4D, but we still have some funds in it, so we're doing it again where they're being paid leave full, 100%.
All right.
Any questions?
Any questions overall for Julie?
No, we just got to make a decision about the fund, the election equipment fund,
Yes.
Yes.
1143.
Currently, there's 600,000 plus sitting there.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Let's go back to where we were. Parks and Rec. Randy. Anything you want to point out?
Well, basically, it's pretty close to what it was last year. I think with my math, it's about 65,000 more. But if you look at the increase in personnel, that's roughly 20,000. Insurance is up about 9, and of course, utilities is about 15. So those three accounts pretty much encompassed our increase. The insurance, we always go off what the Mitchell Agency personnel, Kim Hessong, tells us, what she believes. This year, we paid $5,000 more than what she thought we needed of her guests in 2024. So essentially, we're not hedging, but we kind of are, because we really don't know. And because we got burned this year, we're hoping we're pretty close next year. So, but like I said, I think too, where you see increases on these line items is more for maintenance repair also.
And there's obviously a good reason. We have older facilities, we have older equipment, but the one good thing that we try as far as the personnel, we try to fix everything that we can in-house, whether that's carpentry, whether that's electrical stuff, plumbing, or our bread and butter, our machinery. So, and I know sitting behind me is our maintenance director, Jed Wright. Those guys do a wonderful job in-house, in the shop, welding, doing whatever they have to keep our machines going. So, I mean, they do a tremendous job. And really, like I said, we're just trying to keep it within reason. I think we've done that. So if you have any questions, I'd be glad to try to answer them at least.
Anybody have any questions?
And while you're thinking, I will say what the goal obviously is for the Parks Department and for any Parks Department, according to the Department of Natural Resources, is Indiana is far behind as far as recreational properties. So, and I know, I was telling Jody when we met last week, we're pretty darn good on the north end of the county as far as supply or having recreational facilities. Not quite so good on the south end. So that's what we're trying to catch up a little bit. But that, I don't want to scare you, but that's a priority that we all probably ought to be thinking about here. I guess sooner than later. So just a little heads up. I know the commissioners know that. They hear me complaining and all the time. It's just because of the people I have to work with.
So what are you envisioning for the south end?
Well, obviously, it seems like the soccer fields we're way deficient in those. So, Barry, as you well know, the Tippecanoe County Parks Department is a little bit different as far as operation than, let's say, Lafayette Parks Department, which I think is the standard, the gold standard around here. That's not to say that West Lafayette or the county is deficient, but they operate on a different level. We provide open, large areas, and that's what we like. We're not going to compete with Lafayette nor West Lafayette, but I'll tell you what, and I've told this to other people, I think they would love to have the acreage that we have. So if we continue, but like I said, what we're looking at is some larger areas. Now, the other thing too is we have been getting some money from the commissioners, and we've put it in what we call land acquisition, but that's a capital fund. So we do have some, but you guys know how expensive ground is in Tippecanoe County, right? So trying to buy large acreage, I don't know if we can. So roughly, you're relying on, a person like Fred Hoffman and his wife, Pat, who donated 400 and some acres to the Parks Department. Well, actually, Parks Foundation, should preface that. But that's what we would like. I don't know in these, well, I can't say, but I find it probably highly unlikely nowadays maybe to get those lovely donations, but they just spring up, right? They just come. So, but anyway, that food for thought there too, so. Pardon me? Yep, that's it. That was the question was whether Marland Park was part of the county system, and actually, that was the first park that the Tippecanoe County Parks developed, and that was through the Daughtery family, so, yeah.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Let me just make sure. All right. John. Did I hear you're donating?
He said donate some land.
We're on the south side.
We are on the record.
We're south side.
We'll take them.
All right, Extension, Dee has some news to share.
We are working with other counties to cover some of our services and help them cover some of their services. So my budget pretty much looks the same. I am asking for a 3% increase for our contractual services. But other than that, I've cut my part-time line item down a little bit. We're going to kind of tighten in our belt a little bit with our summer assistants. We had been having 3.5, and we've decided to go back to 3. We can cover it with 3. And our travel and mileage, I reduced it $1,000 from $8,000 down to $7,000.
And when I met with, or spoke with Dee, one of the things, the professional services training, she had decreased that to 3,500, but we're wanting to increase that back to 5,000 because the extension program is doing things a little differently with working with other counties. They're doing more of a pods way of running the extension offices, and with that may come some additional training that did not occur in the past. So I told her it'd be best to keep it at that $5,000 level for that additional training. So we are moving that back to 5,000. Does anybody have any questions for Dee? No? All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
And- Okay. Fairgrounds, Andy.
Welcome.
Okay, all good?
Yeah, I think when we met, yeah, there's not a whole lot of change to the budget.
Yeah. I'd like to see, talk about a cyclone cleaner that you are interested in to, and I know it's not the general operating, but it'd be a capital expense, but where are we at with that? Because I think it will be beneficial to the entire county moving forward.
Commissioner Murtaugh, have you guys, because we can move forward with that this year. Order it, Andy.
My phone out.
Maybe after you leave the table.
No, I can, yeah, definitely.
Which fund?
Well,
Okay.
Tom, did you decide which fund that was going to come out of?
I would, that's you guys, so I would advertise it both.
Both.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, but it was, yeah, we had discussed it last year and gave him approval to move forward with it, and then just was trying, I think Dave or Tom talked about a different fund. They were figuring that out. So now that that's figured out, then we need to move forward with it. Okay?
Thank you. Yeah, cool.
Okay.
So I do have a question in general. We're seeing the revenue go down next year. We're expecting it to go down, but the expenses aren't going down. The operating expenses are not going down commensurate with that decrease in revenue, and that's just concerning to me. And I'm wondering, also looking at what you're spending, actuals, that maybe we've got the budgets a little too high on some of these. I mean, I know it's a little bit but if you look at what we actually spent, like in total supplies in 2024, we spent 32,000. We've only spent 10,000 this year, and yet we've got 39,000 budgeted. Is that stuff we can take down a little bit?
That's the unknown that worries me, because this year, just since the fair,
Yeah.
we've had 12 faucets go down, and so at a cost of $200 apiece, and we're fixing these in-house. We've had 22 lights go down, the drivers in them. So we're
Right.
doing those at a piece. The HVAC had 3 bearings out after the fair. 2 fans were broken. The belts were broken. So this is 4 years old facility. I believe the costs are going to go up. I mean, it is happening. This year I'll be spending more after the fair, and I haven't paid a lot of those bills yet at all. I got a water line that's broke. I got a sewer line that's not working, fixing tomorrow. So.
So you're starting to see the things over time starting to break and need
Absolutely.
repaired and.
And when we started this in '21, when we opened the facility, we didn't know where we were. We based it off the old facility and the budget. I mean, we're a little high. We've been, we were conservative, but it's going to, there's 18 rotational units, and they're plastic bearings. So that stuff's going to go out. These are, this is things that are, what I'm seeing are trending that way,
And are we covering our costs, though, when we rent the building out? And I realize there's some fixed capital costs that we're not going to cover, but are we covering the variable costs if we're seeing wear and tear on the building, and yet we're not getting more revenue? I'm just,
No,
I don't,
understand.
I would love to see, and I'm not saying this is possible, I would love to see the variable costs being covered
Sure.
by the
Yeah.
revenue that we bring in.
So I guess the question then would be, when was the last time the rates were changed? Are we renting it for the same amount today as we did when we opened in '21?
We are, yes, same.
So
And
that
we
might be a
need-
And that's-
possibility.
Yeah.
Something we can look at, but we need to also keep in mind the rates that they're at now are fairly higher than some of the other
The
options
competition.
in the community as
and
well.
our main competition and our main money is the big business, CAT, SIA, Nanshan, Subaru, and they need a space for 2,000 people, right? And so we pretty much have anybody that wants to stay here. The Ag Fish Fry coming back here from Indianapolis because there's 2,000 people or 1,500 people. So some of those, at first with those companies that started with us, were a little overwhelming, but then, they saw how well we could accommodate the space and that many people, right? And so I think if we raise the rates, we're going to push away maybe more of the public, I'll say just, private, I'll just call that private, but that's where people start trying to adapt with the rates is the non-for-profits, educational, like have different people come and sign up for volunteerism, put their name on a contract with, like Farm Toy Show. They're going to make money, but yes, they have Harrison High School with them, and they're getting funds from that too. So they're able to, get us at a cheaper rate, 4.5 cents versus 15 cents for revenue per square foot. So it probably wouldn't be a bad idea. It just depends it's going to be really hard to say, okay, well, this place rents for this, but for a wedding, but then for 2,000 people, right, for a large company, it's not such a large cost, and they can put that back in, and they know.
But do we have profit and nonprofit rates?
Yeah, we have profit, nonprofit, educational.
Yeah.
Rates.
And I haven't spent, I'll be honest,
Yeah.
I haven't spent deep dived into the business,
Yeah.
but I'm just as a
4.5 cents a
30,000
square foot
yeah.
is the cheapest. So you
looking
could say a 20,000 square foot building, one of the sides, that's going to be like $800. Well, 15 cents on 20 is going to be $3,000 a day, right? So there's a huge difference in who's using it. I think most of the customers that we have that are the larger customers are going to stay with us. The experience is like Caterpillars every 2 years had their world conference there. It was the best one they've had in 36 countries ever. And so, that part,
So maybe we should raise the rates on the profit companies, or,
It might be worth looking at,
take
yes,
another look at
yes.
what we're doing.
Yeah,
Okay.
break it up like that, because we never have, like, who's using it or who the user is, so, yeah.
Okay.
That may not be a bad way to look.
All right,
All
thank
right,
you.
Yep. It's starting to because of the linear, it's leaving our office and we're not sure. We're putting a clean out in tomorrow and then Bernico's coming to water jet it because there wasn't a clean out in it on the old exhibit hall there. So those things, I cut down in the maintenance and repair for vehicles and also garage and fleet because of the rental program, with Tom. We're not taking care of our own stuff, just like the Parks Department, we fix everything. We very rarely have to have anyone come in unless it's specialized like Bernico or something like that. But, we put a new engine in a mower, this year. So there's things where we backed off, but there's so many linear feet and so many square foot. And if there's one driver goes out, well, there's 52 lights, they're going to be behind it, It's just it's so big. There's just a lot of different parts for this place. And it runs hard when it goes.
That, when you said someone's coming tomorrow to the water jet, have you thought maybe about purchasing the machinery?
We did look, and it's very, very expensive for the couple times, Tony could use, anybody could use it in the county, but I don't think that's we're not a professional on that, and I think some things are left to professionals, even though you pay a cost for it. You've done more efficiently and in a better manner.
Then you gotta dig it up.
Yeah.
You don't have equipment.
We're renting equipment to dig it up ourselves. We'll have it ready for him tomorrow when he gets there, but trying to save as much cost as we can by doing things in-house.
It's good.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Get that side on it.
All right, Coroner's Office, 5010. Hello. We're on page 48.
Page 48. I know, let's go ahead and start talking with Carrie. The largest increase is salary and wages full-time. It is more than what you would expect, but because there's some longevity pay increases that are included in that, and that's why it's at 3.8%. Everything else is pretty much, for the most part, status quo. In fact, their total budget dropped, big picture, which is commendable.
Thank you.
So they do a good job and been a little busy lately, unfortunately.
We have, yes, we have. We did get a recognition, though, out from Vision First today of being champions of eye donation, so we were really excited about that. So we're making a difference even though we are busy.
Awesome. I don't have any changes or adjustments to what's presented.
Okay. Anybody have any questions? All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, Emergency Management.
Same thing, oh, here he comes. Yeah. Oh. We see no changes, Ben and I met, and we think everything looks good, unless you have some comments for us.
No. Maintenance is going to go up continually, and supplies we're going to continue to go up. With the feds, we don't know what's going on with the feds, so the feds go down, FEMA goes down, we lose grants. So if we lose grants, then that means maintenance and sustainment and everything else is going to come from us, as well as training and that type of thing. So it's minimum increases across the board. Something everybody else is saying, so I'm going to say it. Something to keep in mind is we've got the single most expensive piece of equipment in the county, which is our mobile command, and that's probably $1 million to replace. In today's world, and she's going on 20-something years old. So we've been pretty good at keeping her up and running. We're having problems with our slide out, and unfortunately, there isn't a person in the country that services that slide out any longer because of the hydraulics and everything else that's in it. So we're looking at, you see the big RVs, they have the awning that comes out. So we are looking at putting one of those on the slide out to keep it from leaking. So again, it's upcoming expenses that everybody has, so, yeah, yep. So, other than that,
Jeff, realistically, just to kind of wrap our heads around future big expenses, capital expenses for the mobile unit there, how much longer do you think realistically it can do its intended purpose?
do I think it needs to be completely replaced? No. I believe X number of years ago, we took it back up to Wisconsin, which is where it came from, and spent, I'm not sure what Smokey spent at the time, and they went completely through and replaced all the wiring and monitors and things like that. Can we do that one more time? Possibly. We've got an air compressor in the back that's we're constantly having to repair and nurse along, and we just find out the generator now leaks. We found that out a few weeks ago up in the battleground area when we were searching for that young man. So can we get through going through and putting 100,000 into it, 150,000 into it, and get it through some more years? I believe so, yes. Yeah.
What would be the lead time to order a new one, just out of curiosity?
Ooh.
I know how much a new bus cost, like a new bus is a year and a half, 2 years out. I'm assuming similar time frame.
It is. You're probably a year and a half, 2 years. Yeah, unless you go and find a used one someplace. They do it with fire trucks all the time. So there's probably some out there. I haven't looked lately about it. But again, depending on what you want to put in it.
I'm trying to think just, next 5-year plan or so,
Right.
just
Yep.
as you bring this to our attention and we kind of keep some in the back of our head.
Sure.
Stuff.
Everybody has a wish list. That's mine.
Just curious, and I'm not questioning the value of it, just curious how often the mobile command unit gets used.
Yeah, it probably 7, 8 times a year.
Okay.
And that doesn't count the fair,
Mm-hmm.
the feast, the taste, the planned events that it goes down and sits at. But probably call outs and things like that for emergencies, that type of stuff, probably additional 7 or 8 times a year.
Okay. And the grants and stuff from the federal government you were talking about, in that disaster scenario where we lose all of that, how much money is that total? Do you know?
Grant-wise, was starting to come back a little bit, but we'll probably, it's more on the training side and schooling side that we're going to see a big dip in. The commissioners have been wonderful with us in our sustainment money. You have to remember, going back to 9/11, we got millions of dollars from the feds, millions of dollars. And we bought all this equipment, and we had sustainment money and maintenance money for all this stuff. And it slowly started going away. And now it's completely gone. So how much total we probably miss a year and grants for maintenance and sustainment, it's probably 50,000. Yeah.
Any other questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
It's your turn, Sheriff.
4 million, let's go. There it goes.
Man, aren't you
Ready for the magic?
Get ready, here it comes.
Okay.
Start off.
And you're already coughing.
big
County
number.
Mall worked
And I'm
at.
shaking because I'm freezing.
The chillers are working, by the way.
The chillers are working. No, I got some notes here, and we've met and had a lot of discussions and cut and cut and cut. But I want to say this, because there's a reoccurring theme here. I will never claim, and there'll be a lot of laughs here, that I'm the smartest guy in the room. Won't happen. But I will tell you that I'm very good at picking out who the smartest person is on the topic at hand. And in this room, we have a lot of leadership in the county, basically all of it, that are extremely intelligent. And as you hear people come up here and the conversations you have away from the microphone, the theme is, well, we use WIS. But what do you hear? Every department head immediately calls their buddy in another county and goes, hey, I got this position that does this. How much does your make? How much does your person make? Well, they make this. Well, who do you use? We use WIS. So why do I call the Delaware County Sheriff that has less people, less staff, and somebody in their administration makes more than mine, and they use WIS? That's the confusion. So what I'm saying is, I truly believe this county can get together, find somebody that could have a position that makes these phone calls for us, then meets with a committee to run it by them, and then there's some consistency. We've got a great attorney. I sent him a lot. But I think that's where we need to go. And we understand, I've ran every scenario I can think of for 6.5 years to bring the salaries of the deputies up. And then we get some legislation that's going to cut everything, and we know that salaries being increased it's a big ask. But it's something we're going to have to figure it out. And this county is growing at a rate that I don't think any of us could foresee. We're approving subdivisions and all the different things that's bringing more people. And for me, with the biggest budget in the county, people want to live here. There's a lot here, but they want to feel safe. They do care about the roads, and if there's potholes in them, they drive me crazy. But the bottom line is they want to feel safe where they're going. They may hit a pothole, they learn to avoid it, but if they can come downtown, they can go out to the amphitheater, they can go to the soccer fields down south, and they feel safe, that's what they want. So as we pull my budget up here, and we've cut a lot, we do a really good job of thinking outside the box. I talk to Sadie every day, and sometimes I joke with her and call at the end of the day and say, I haven't talked to you today, but I better talk to you today. Constantly thinking outside the box. And I know we had a lot of positions countywide that are open on that sheet, and we look at not funding them, but that revisiting them in the future. When we task others with more to do, I will say this for my team, if they're watching, I got a great team. I got a building full of people that I can say, can you do me a favor and do this? And they step up. But the more you keep asking those same people, they get burnt. And then they start looking. And if that building across the street's paying $1 more an hour, it sure looks inviting. So that's what, and you all know that. Like I told you at the beginning, you guys are more intelligent than I am. But I think together, as a county government, we can fix this problem because we do have a great community. We're running the same issues the other counties are having. But when we make phone calls and find out, for me, I can't speak for the other departments, and I'm sure if I was the head of their department, I'd be telling you the same thing. I shouldn't have to call the people at Montgomery County and go, oh, wait, your deputies make more than us? Benton County, what, you just got them a huge raise? You got like one flashing light, and if it goes out, the town still functions, and they almost make what we do. But it's an environment, and I've said it for 6.5 years. I'll create an environment where people want to come to work, and we're going to be full staff by January. Now, we hold our people accountable, as Sadie knows, but we listen to our people and we move forward with the ideas that they have. We just got to figure out a way to pay them. Because if this county keeps growing at the rate that it is, which it will, public safety is going to take a back seat, and then we're going to have a whole bunch of empty buildings. And you know about buildings because you own a lot of them. When they're empty, then there's other problems that come in, and we don't need that. So as you pull my budget up and we cut, we've done everything we possibly can to try to stay where we are because we cannot go backwards in public safety. And you'll see it's a significant amount that we've moved around or looked at cutting. So I just want to start off with that. I appreciate everything you do. I appreciate the commissioners. I appreciate all the conversations. I appreciate all the department heads and everybody in county government. And I am confident in the next few years as we work through this, we will figure it out. So I just want to say that. So pull it up there and start cutting and watch that number up there go backwards.
Did you read that book, Tippecanoe?
No, I don't know who that, I can't spell that, you know.
Okay, so here we go.
Here we go.
5410, which we have.
That's 5.4 million, mark that
Yeah,
off.
yeah. Let's go to 1150, overtime, $500,000. We would like to move this to lit public safety.
That was a big cut, wasn't it? Felt good, didn't it?
Yeah, we have some more here. We keep going.
It's a move.
Yeah,
It's a move. We're playing Frogger.
and you can tell me when you're ready.
That's Ben's idea.
Okay? Okay, so we'll go to supplies. 2110. We're going to take 2,000 off of that and go to 38,000.
And as we're cutting in those things and what we've done over the years is we realize there's something, say, maintenance. And I know money's tight everywhere, but we do things like buy lights. And then we'll change things to LED and we'll wait till the next year when we have service hours and then we'll get new lights put in. So right out of the gate, my first year, I think we end up saving us $6,000 a month in utility bills, which adds up quickly for a building that's on 24/7.
Okay. 2215. That will go to 400,000 minus 23,000. 2220 minus 15,000, and it will go to 160. And then we're going to go to the sheriff jail, 5420, 2110, supplies. Oh, excuse me, no, we're going to go to 2220, and we're going to minus 15,000, take that to 20,000.
We're just going to quit cleaning stuff.
Don't say that too loud.
Oh, no, we do. We're actually just ordering 6 more mop buckets when I left this morning.
61. Okay, then, let's see, page 61. And that was the accident report. Page 61. I don't have anything there.
Oh, are you into revenue?
Okay, so,
Not yet.
yeah, 72. Didn't have anything there. $77 for, that would be where the $500,000 went for public safety. Going to 85.
Give a minute to.
Oh,
Yeah, she's scrolling. I'm getting sick.
the sheriff said spin the wheel, so that's what
Spin
I'm
the wheel
doing,
like-
you know? We're
Can you
spinning.
stop on the corner or somebody and take some of theirs too?
Yeah, make it a little dizzy. Yeah.
Not enough. Look at that number.
85.
We'll be here till October if we don't do this.
I don't think we did anything on page 85. Sheriff.
I thought we moved some salaries.
Did we?
I thought we did. That's where the number got really big. I could be wrong, but when we
then
met,
we
I
have
thought
gone-
Ben,
yes.
he was doing a lot of writing.
Well, let's make sure Jennifer.
Jennifer's caught up here.
Yeah, you have to add 11.
You have to add, okay. We're just going through, I'm just looking at my notes. 85, that was 89, nothing, 85. 85, this is where, on page 95 for animal control, this is where we took it out of the sheriff's department and now it's in the commissioner's hands.
which has been a big help. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Mom.
Okay.
It's on recording now.
96,
So
nothing.
you said there is there any changes on 95
No,
or
no, 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 that's all been taken care of. 96, nothing, and 99.
It's a lot of shuffle.
No, nothing, so I think we're good.
So you want to go back to revenue?
Yeah, I thought you had more that was moved.
There was in the jail fund, we had uniforms and clothing. Did we do that already? Okay, then we're good. Do you see anything else, Ben, that I missed?
No, and I thought we had some more salaries moving over to lit. It was my understanding when we met.
I don't have that in my notes.
Overtime went to lit.
Overtime went to lit.
You say overtime went to lit?
Mm-hmm.
The 500,000.
The 500,000?
Ooh, I didn't think that was lit.
No.
Yeah, I think it fits in the same boat as the salaries and such. I may have been I thought you had wrote some down because we had
I think
scraped
we
off
were-
almost.
We were talking about how much room there was and potentially,
Yeah.
but I did not.
Okay,
I just had the overtime is the main
I
focus.
think
Okay.
that might have been the discussion.
Right.
okay,
Whether salaries or
Uh-huh.
overtime was an easier
yeah,
Easier move.
one-stop shop move over.
okay.
Yeah.
Then I misunderstood. I thought they were moving more salaries, but
That's
So good.
all
do you
I
have any
had.
questions about anything
No,
at all?
no. We've got a revenue set, so thank you, and SRO, so good.
Yeah, and we were on the phone with Sharon was dealing with that, so as that changes, which is still out of general, then we'll let you know as far as additions to that group and what the grant can reimburse.
Okay,
Good.
good.
Anything? That was the
No.
quickest ever. Okay, thank you.
Don't go too
thanks.
far, no.
Now, well, yeah, I'll be
Yeah,
back.
you'll be back.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Community corrections.
Oh, community corrections.
Yep,
Where are we here? 50.
page 50.
Ben, you want that one? Go ahead. Okay. Where's my community corrections? Back. Okay, here we go.
Hello.
Hello, welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome.
All right, so we met, Katie and then Kim, who's in the audience, right, still here, yep. Met prior to Corey's arrival to us, last week, your weekend, right?
Correct,
Yeah,
last
welcome.
Monday.
We went through this, had some very good conversations, got creative with things. The grant that they have that annually came back less than what was expected, so we had to make some adjustments to fit the, how much they're bringing in, how much expenses. So there's
How
some,
much was that difference?
It's a 7% cut.
yeah, 7% cut.
7%, which was,
Probation got cut 20%? Yep, 20%. Adult probation got cut. So less cut, but still.
how many dollars is that?
Oh. Do you remember off the top of your head?
I believe 120,000 or so. And the 7% was pretty consistent across the state for community corrections.
It's $120,000. Okay, thank you, that's helpful.
All right, so if we start on the general fund, which is page 50, no changes as presented here. We did move some things around from where the salaries are paid from. This is probably just submittal to the budget, the auditor's office, but for the general fund, things are as is. I don't have any changes there. Are you guys good? Okay.
In the entire general fund?
Yeah, just the 1,000.
Oh, just the one.
Yeah,
okay,
they've got a couple
personnel.
of budgets,
Okay.
yeah.
And that went up because we added people to the general fund?
Mm-hmm.
From,
Yes. I'll tell you.
okay,
Project income, I believe.
from where?
Project income, our user fee fund.
Mhm. All right. Okay, page 66, 1122. Okay, this one,
So we're not gonna talk about 2,000, the general fund, we're not gonna talk about the supplies and,
we had to move
Okay.
things around.
oh,
No, we can't. Of course, we can talk about it. That's what we're here for,
I'm
right?
sorry. Because it's up quite a bit, and I'm trying to understand, it's because we moved people in here, that's some of it, and then the supplies fees are up quite a bit, as well as the other service charges. Year over year.
Right, we had to move some of them from different funds because we needed to balance them out because of the decrease in the user fund fee. and
Okay.
The grant as well. So we needed to shift some costs around so there wasn't such big deficits.
Okay, I think I can see that.
shifting it
Because you
Yes.
spent,
Yes.
the budget was 468, now it's 100,000 more, but you also just told me you had 120,000 in cuts.
Yes.
Is that a way to think about it?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Any other questions on the 5510? Okay.
Okay, so now we're on page 7.
All right, on page 66. So here, we moved some salaries, some significant salaries to public safety. Make sure I have that correct on my sheet.
1122, choose flip.
That's correct.
Yep, we moved the executive director and the deputy director from 1122, which is this fund, the user fee fund, to the public safety fund. Again, the reasoning for that is we had to get under a certain number, and that made sense as we talked through it. And so we moved those two salaries, similar to how we moved overtime in sheriff's department to public safety, moved those two to public safety lit as well, which is why you see the reduction there.
We also unfunded one of the jumps.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, so going back to the
Yes.
funded positions and
Right.
vacancies and that discussion, there was
2 case managers.
2 case managers out of the 9219 fund, which are not there yet. But out of the user fee fund, we chose to not fund an administrative assistant position. So that's as one of the things that we looked at very close. They're going to try to make it work with what they have, covering, and we had that discussion, like with Sadie, on when people are out, you need people to cover, and it's going to cause a little bit of difficulty from a workflow, but they're confident that they can do that there. And if the compelling need comes back, Corey and will come and ask us for money, and we'll go that route. But that's the only real changes I have to user fee fund. Those are the main ones.
So the revenue there looks flat.
Mhm.
And that's not where the grant is showing up, obviously. So,
That's not the grant.
yeah, right. So why did we move out of here?
We had set a informal minimum balance of 300,000 last year.
Okay, you wanted a balance in the
Yeah,
budget.
just kind of informal, so that way we can stay afloat.
Okay.
The number of participants are a little low right now, and so the user fees are not as high as they have been at some times in the past. They're working very hard on getting those numbers back up and all those things, and recovering fees and that stuff. So that's why we moved things out, so that way you could at least have cash flow.
We did review our last 5-year ending balance, kind of that cash flow line, and last year to this year, we have spent down less than we did the previous couple of years. So we understand that's an issue and are actively trying to hold that line as much as we can.
These supplies, Lisa, we pulled the uniforms out of the user fee here, this one, which would be the 2220, and moved those into the general fund. That's also part of the increase to the 1,000 fund. Again, trying to even things out, play the balance game. Okay. Any more questions on this fund here? Are you good? Mm-hmm. Okay. You guys good? Okay. All right. Let's go to page 77. This is a lit public safety. This is where some of those dollars went in, hence the increase in that aspect of it. But outside of that, no changes from that particular budget or fund area. All right, 110, page 110. Yep, here is your DOC adult grant that they referenced, went down 7%. From here, again, going back to those positions that have been vacant for a while, there were 2 case managers, a 9219 that we unfunded. Still leaves them with 2 case managers, still leaves them with their correctional officers and the licensed addiction counselor that hopefully they're able to fill and provide supportive services for the participants there. As numbers increase, hopefully, and all the good stuff there. But again, that number came in, we had to meet that number that was provided to us. We did move a position, I think a case manager, assistant coordinator, poll 3 from 9219 to the general fund. Does that remember right? Maybe? No? Am I misspeaking?
No, we just unfunded the positions out of the DOC grant. We only moved positions from project income out.
Okay.
Fund 2 case managers.
I had a lot of notes.
Yeah. That was out of 92.
Yes.
Yes, the 2 positions, okay. We got 1 case manager that we moved to the general fund.
That's what I thought.
Yeah,
This
we've
one.
got that one, that we moved.
Yeah, that's what I thought my notes had.
Yes, me
Yeah.
too.
Okay. That's all I have. Did I miss anything? It was a lot of
There's a
movement.
lot of movement. Oh, good?
Yeah, we met prior to them submitting it, so all these changes are already reflected in our board packets.
Yeah, I just want to say thanks to Ben and Kathy. Obviously, this was before my time, but I know Katie and Kim worked hard with you all to realign some of these numbers. Since I've been here, we've spent time looking at projected income, projected expenses, revenue, looking at our ending cash balance. Obviously, that's just been a few days, but that's top on our priority, as well as reviewing sort of our big ticket items when it comes to our budget and expenditures. So we've got a lot of work to do, but when I looked at our overall 2025 budget versus our 2026 budget, I do believe it's down a little bit in total request with the unfunded positions, with some vacant positions. Hopefully, we're doing our part. But I've soaked up a lot of information from a lot of good community partners today, so we'll do our best.
Awesome. Thank you.
And thanks,
Yeah,
Katie.
yeah,
for
thanks,
all your
Katie, and
help.
Kim, too.
Kim, yes, thank you. You both were great in that 2-hour meeting when we left, when our eyes were crossed. So, thank you. Yes.
Thank you.
I have one question for clarification.
Yeah.
How many total positions did we unfund from corrections?
Non-grant funded?
Yes,
2.
2, and 1 grant funded.
I thought,
4 grant funded.
4 grant funded? Okay.
yeah.
And is the position in the New Leaf grant position, where is that reflected in the budget book? Since that grant is obsolete next year.
The New Leaf grant.
The training and education coordinator?
So that's under the federal grant we have.
Okay.
That is part of the 4 grant positions that are being
Okay.
funded.
Okay, thank you.
So we didn't have a budget because that budget line's empty now. Does that-
Thank
And they're
you.
not offering that grant again this,
Yeah.
ever, probably.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I had to flip these pages one more time. Yeah. Okay.
All right. Next up, prosecutor. Is Pat here? I thought I saw Pat.
I saw him walk in.
Yeah, I did too. Oh, he's hiding. There he is.
Hey, good afternoon.
Hello.
It's been a great day. I appreciate the kind comments from Sadie HI I heard about our retention and almost being fully staffed. And then 30 minutes ago, I got an email saying that I no longer need to appear next Tuesday for jury duty. I'm excused. How can I help you?
well, you can get out of jury duty if you give me a gift card.
Well, I think the case went off. So maybe they saw my name on the potential jurors. I don't know. Oh, I'll get it.
All right, Pat, why don't you talk a little bit about part-time has increased quite a bit. You want to cover that?
Which line item,
It's
part-time? In
the 1130, where, let's see, we had 25,000 for this year. It's been increased to 80,000, but you've spent 42, almost 40.
Yes, well, we have
Explain a little
interns that come out of that. We have 6 summer interns that get paid, and we have 2 during the year. That's been our best recruitment tool. I think we discussed this with Councilperson Dullum and you, and we had started 3 years ago this internship program with 6 law students. 3 are going to be in their second year of law school, 3 in third year. That has been our best recruiting tool. In fact, I think 5 of the last 6 DPAs we hired in the last 2 years were summer interns. They come in, they see the office, they do things, they go down and see the sheriff, they go to community corrections, and none of them are from our community, but they like it. And with our recruiting system and the sign-on, I think that's why we're fully staffed. And I also have one other person who works part-time. So that's the increase for those, and I'm telling you, our students have gone back to IU McKinney, most are IU McKinney, and they do a review of all the law students and where all the different law firms and agencies they work with during the summer, and they give input. And I'm very proud that last year we were in the top 3 as most attractive internship programs to be in the state. And now I know about 4 or 5 other prosecutors' offices are going to try to model that to try to, but it pays dividends forward. That's why we have our staff now.
Anybody have any other questions on that fund? All right, let's look at page 78.
78.
Lit.
The lit fund?
Not much on that. Anybody have any questions on that one? Okay, 93. User fee. Any questions on that one?
I don't remember, why did we not put a projection for revenue there? Pre-trial, under pre-trial diversion? 2560?
I don't know.
Is there,
I don't know why.
does that seem like something we should do?
It's something that I think
mean, it's-
they do.
Right.
But I know our current balance is 289, so it should be around 200 by the end of the year. We bring in on average the last few years about, I don't want to go too far out there on the thing, in between 80 and 100.
I don't think it's huge, but.
Page 94. Got that. 101. Anybody have any questions on any of the funds for Pat?
Kind of the same question on 2561, there's no revenue.
And I'm going to tell you, that's dropping. I pulled that up yesterday.
Yeah.
We could probably see, maybe this year, lucky to bring 25,000 into the diversion program, just because how cases are being processed in the court. So we're trying to look into that more. So I would not put, if you're penciling in, whoever pencils is in for us, I would put like 25 going forward. So.
Yeah, and then, yeah, and 8897 too, I don't.
Pretrial diversion is under state law. Certain crimes are able to be diverted, which means you're arrested, but the case can either be filed or it can not be filed, and you get a diversion directly from our office. It's usually first-time low substance abuse offenders, could be public intoxication. It's individuals that don't have a record, maybe made a stupid mistake. They get a diversion. If we give it to them without going to court, which is one avenue, it doesn't appear on the docket. It saves clerks time, it saves judges time, staffing time, because they're processing a case that they don't need to process. Pardon?
They pay money to divert that.
They do, but the diversion fee is actually greater than if they went to court and got court costs and a probation fee. So it's actually more expensive, but It's to recognize they made a mistake. Think of Purdue students, a lot of them.
No, pre-conversion, they get it one time and that's it.
That's our policy, uses one time. It's usually something young and dumb, so to speak.
I know that sentence very well. That's what I told Isaac. That's what I told Isaac Hoss, basketball player, one time.
Yeah.
Young and dumb or something.
So, any other questions? No?
Do you have any other questions, Lisa? Yes.
Prosecutor 4D? In 4D Fund 8897, we pay one full-time in benefits, office supplies, equipment, professional services like shredding. The other one, that's the 4D split with juvenile court and the magistrates. All our money and incentive 4D and 4D, and it's controlled by statute. It lists exactly what we can spend and not spend it on.
Okay. Thank you.
I'd like to say something. I'd like to thank the sheriff. I'd like to thank for speaking up. I'm going to echo his sentiments. We do have, and I see what's in the Public Safety Lit Fund. I know the discussions from the past about, we were grateful we had those to repair the jail. Moving forward, I see that fund growing. He's fully staffed, but what the sheriff has become is basically a training ground for other departments. He recruits them. They go to the academy, which is on our dime, right? They get out, and 2 years later, they say, hey, I can jump to the state police for $15,000 more. I can jump to LPD for $8,000, $10,000 more. I can go to Purdue for $10,000 more, and my kids get half tuition. His department shouldn't be a training ground for our other counties. He needs more money for his people. We are a very safe community. His jurisdiction, although the boundaries are the same, the number of population he serves is amazing. And if you, I will not say on the record, but if you knew how many deputies on the road, certain shifts, you would not be happy. Not because he's not doing a great job and they don't have great people, but life happens. Deputy gets COVID, deputy gets sick, deputy has training, 2 are off. They have to cover 24 miles, 24 or 28 from the north to the south. And when people call 911, they don't want to have to wait 50 minutes for a sheriff to get out there. He needs to be able to, he's attracting great people. He needs to be competitive at least the local market. He is not. He is not. We have the money. Thank goodness everybody here had the wisdom 3-4 years ago when lit was discussed, and we had those discussions. Most of you were here about this is something where we need to build up so we can keep our community safe. I really think this is the year you talk to the sheriff and his command staff and ask them, what do you think your beginning patrol officers with less than 3 years of experience, what do you think they need to make them want to stay? Because, you're a former police officer, sheriff. It takes 2 years before an officer really is out there on their own making sound decisions because they got that experience. Why are we spending our taxpayers' money locally so they can go somewhere else, and that department has all the upfront expense they're saving and the benefit of our cost? And I don't think if you sat down, he wouldn't be saying, give me $1 million. He wouldn't be saying that. We see his people all the time in our office, and we listen to them, and we get to see them when they're preparing for a trial, or we talk about something bad they've done. And you can see their stress. He said it, that they can walk across the street and make more money, and that's true. So I know we have a committee for Public Safety Lit. I just hope we can have a meeting soon after the budget and, if possible, figure out how to appropriate more money in 2026 so he can have a competitive wage salary. It's important for our community. It's kind of like if we don't, we're giving up ground that we fought hard to get to. And I'll tell you what, once you get weeds in your garden, you're working twice as hard and spend more money than if you had just to prevent it, right? So I fully support what he does. I also want to thank his jail staff. I mean, what he said earlier today, DOC has done a lot of changes in just 6 months. A year ago, the jail was sitting at 70, 80 DOC inmates waiting to get transferred, and he was holding them 2 or 3 months because the DOC wouldn't take them. They're down to almost a 30-day turnaround, and I think you're down between 30 and 40. That's because I appreciate Thad Miller and Tom Lehman. They've been given information to the DOC to try to fix that. The money's coming to help pay back the $600,000 or $700,000 that they're owed. And the per diem went up for the first time since 2007. That's the state paying. I don't think we want to be a jail that we try to bring in other people because you bring in problems. And why I say that is when the people, those individuals are here and they're sentenced and they don't go to DOC, they're creating more problems. They're attacking his staff. I think we're getting one jail case every 10 days or 2 weeks. Well, a deputy or a jailer is being attacked by an inmate. And those inmates usually are waiting to go to DOC or they have serious crimes. And that then costs us even more money because you've got to file the charge, you've got to prosecute them, another public defender. I'm saying I believe there's money in the lit fund that could help him with his issue that would pay dividends going forward and save us having to spend more money in the future. I'm not asking it from my office. I really want it for them. And that's my pitch.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'd be more than happy to be on that committee to help.
All right. Next up is ancillary, but do you want to wait till we get to circuit to do that, or do you?
There's not much there either way.
Okay. All right, well, might as well just take care of it now then.
Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
there's no real change other than the increase that we're
Increased
giving to
salary.
everybody, yeah.
Okay. Anybody have any questions on that one? All right. Public defender. We're on page 52.
Good afternoon.
Hello? Okay.
Do you just want me to address a couple of areas?
ahead.
Okay, so first of all, office supplies, we reduced it. We don't have any major items that we need right now, so I think that will be fine. We also reduced our professional services from 400 to 380. I kind of went back and forth about how much to reduce that. There's a couple of things that have changed, and some things have changed since we did our budget. One, we are not doing competency evaluations, so those are falling on the courts now. The thing that I just found out last week is everybody's trying to save money, and our DCS attorneys, when they would subpoena somebody for court, even if DCS didn't subpoena them, DCS was paying for it. Well, I received a call last week from Mr. Bullock, and he told me that our office now needs to pay for it. I don't anticipate that being a lot of money, but I don't know because I don't know the service providers. I've put a call into one of them who we did subpoena some witnesses for, and I haven't heard back. But hopefully it won't be an extravagant amount of money because I think most of the time the relevant people will be there. But it is going to change some of our costs, but I don't anticipate a lot. The other thing, does anybody have any questions about that? And the other thing that we changed is we reduced travel and training. And the last thing I want to talk about is the rental. We actually underestimated that. It's actually going to be $14,340. We received the estimates afterwards. I don't believe there's any need to increase it. A lot of times I have a little bit extra money in my budget just from either staff leaving, not being replaced. We don't use all our professional service money, and I'll just transfer. If I have to come back, I'll come back. But I don't think that'll be an issue. And I think does anybody have any questions other than that?
Can we talk again about your professional services, your 3190? Realizing there's going to be a little bit of a change, and you've spent 160 so far this year, and if you spend the same amount the last half, that'll be 320.
20.
Do we need to keep it at 380, or can we lower it even more?
I'll be honest with you, I was on the fence about lowering it more. I went back and forth because it's hard for me to gauge because I know we have a murder case coming up that's going to take some experts, or at least that's what the attorneys are telling me. I'm not opposed to reducing it. I can come back if it's money we have to have, but in the past, what we've done is just come back if we need it. So if you wanted to go down, what were you thinking, like 350?
If you feel comfortable with that.
It's just one of those things, 1 year, like, the reason I cut it, just to be honest, is in 2023, we had almost $40,000 left. In 2024, we had $20,000 left, and then I believe the competency will reduce us some more. So I was kind of on the fence of if I could go down more or if I couldn't. It's kind of a little difficult to judge, but I do agree with you. I think it will be less unless we have some major cases with a lot of, we need professional service people, but.
So let's just take it down to 350.
Okay.
And then if you need
I'll just
to come back, then.
Yeah, I can come back. I've done that before, and
Yeah.
it's worked out fine.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Probation. Hello.
Good afternoon. Dave Hollinger with your Tippecanoe County Probation Department. So there was a question about DOC, or a comment about DOC grants by way of our colleagues in community corrections. We, as in the probation department, have been receiving a Department of Corrections grant since 2016. And we've seen a dramatic reduction in our award as of 2026. So we initially, back in 2016, received a grant of $30,000, then it went up to it went up to 91.5, ran along in the upper 80s, then it bumped up in 2022 to 114, 2023 to 120,000, then back down by about 6% in 2024. This year we were flatlined. We got the same this year as we did last year. And then for 2025, we received an award that was $22,527 less than what we received this year. So it was about 20%. And as my new friend and colleague, Corey George from Community Corrections indicated, it was a across the board reduction, at least in the probation department. It was almost every probation department in Indiana received about 20% reduction in a grant award from the state. We were warned back in early May by way of a letter that came from the Office of Management and Budget at Washington level down to the state saying, hang on, there's going to be some big cuts, both in SAMHSA and in National Institute of Health, just huge reductions in what's referred to as discretionary spending, and we're feeling it now. So the grant award that we received from the Department of Corrections, I utilized to cover the salary and all fringe benefits for one full-time probation officer, and also was using it to offset the cost for kiosk reporting, and kiosk reporting is remote reporting we're using based on evidence-based practices where we're identifying low-risk adult offenders or clients that we are then, instead of them coming in frequently into the office and checking in, they can often check in remotely. With the reduction in award, I'm dropping that kiosk service. I'm going to lean on my good friends and colleagues in the Do It department in hopes that they can help me in developing some kind of a software web-based that can substitute for the loss of this kiosk reporting. In the meantime, I'm going to use what's left of my grant to cover all but about $4,000 in salary and fringe benefits for my one adult probation officer. I don't anticipate that we're going to get back to the award levels that we were receiving back in the 2, 3, 4, 5 years ago. If I were a betting person, I would bet that we will see another 20, if not greater, reduction in grant awards from the Department of Corrections.
What would that mean to you if we did get another 20% cut in the probation department?
I will continue to do my best to utilize probation user fees to offset. In fact, I need to do that now, or will in 2026. I have to use it to offset some of the loss in
Funding?
award or funding. Thank you for salary position and for fringe. It's worth noting also, and this is probably the biggest hit, was that by losing funding for kiosk services, the company that we contract with is Total Court Services. They're the same one that provide electronic monitoring and drug screening to all the community corrections clients. We also have adult probation clients and also juvenile clients that call down to Total Court Services that are on a random schedule as far as drug screening. I had also contracted with them to set up this kiosk service. I'm not going to be able to honor that past the end of this year. I'm going to drop that kiosk service, which means that Total Court Services needs to figure out, or actually they've indicated that they will continue to offer software that allows adult and juvenile clients to call in to see whether or not their names come up for drug screening. But that's going to come at a cost, and that's going to cost me about $9,600 a year. So I'm going to have to lean into my probation user fees to cover that expense also. So not only did I lose $22,000, but I have an additional almost $10,000 that I'm going to have to spend in order to keep my drug screening service going. Frankly, the last thing we want to be is in the business of drug screening. I don't know if you want me to go through. There were two. I would also mention that the DOC grant award we received after I filed my paperwork for this year's budget discussion. So there are a couple of items that need to be modified, if you will. Okay. I would also mention that I'm backing up what Mr. Harrington said and also what Sheriff Bob had mentioned. I'm grateful for the commissioners and also the council for recognizing that probation and also court services, our A&D program, their role as far as in public safety, also our juvenile intake in particular plays a key role in public safety in that when you have, I believe it's going to be somewhere around 525 juveniles arrested this year, a law enforcement officer being able to take custody of that juvenile and transport them down to intake, fill out some paperwork, drop them off, and then return back to duty, back to their district, back to wherever they patrol, improves public safety dramatically rather than them having to babysit a juvenile that they've effectively arrested until they can find parent or guardian. So I have, we had a shortage of juvenile officers down at intake, and it was your doings by way of effectively agreeing to increase our minimum starting salary that allowed us to effectively recruit and almost get to the point where we're full staffed at juvenile intake now. We're I believe, too short now. But it's enough that we went from having to close down third shift to go just on call to where we're now back to, let's see, it was June through November of last year, we had to close down third shift. and we're back to fully staffed, or at least we're open again 24/7, 365. So kudos to those that supported my hat-in-hand efforts to try to recruit by way of improving salaries. Some new, fresh intake probation officers. So as far as the changes, these are, since I filed this paperwork, the changes include, it's out of the probation user fee fund, which is the 2,000 fund. Are you okay with starting there, or? Okay. So in the two, sorry, I don't want to talk too fast to jump ahead. So in the 2000 fund, 2000-91, I'm sorry, 9410-1230, the health insurance, I'm proposing that we move the 2026 request up from 60,000 to 64,000. And that would offset my costs, or I'm sorry, would offset the loss of grant funding for that position I referenced earlier. Also, and most importantly, in that same 2000 fund under 6110-3190, which is the other professional services. Right now, that includes Shred-it that does our document shredding. It's there that I need to add an additional 10,000, which is slightly over probably what I'll ultimately need. But if I add 10,000, that would move it up to 11.5. And that is, other services would include what I'm going to have to pay for the software for total court services for the drug screening. While we're on the subject of defunding, which seems to be kind of an exciting talking point. Yeah. Oh, unfunding. Defunding, unfunding. I don't know if you want to jump to the court services, the A&D. That's under the 2580 fund, but I have a position there. So there's, yes, under the 2580, 5710, 1130, it's the part-time position there. That's currently budgeted for 2025 at 20,358. Well, I guess that's already in there. I'm requesting that just be remain unfilled and, what do we say, defunded or unfunded? Right. And then there is one other position in the court services budget under 2580, 5710, 1110 under full-time employees. That would be the top line there. Currently, it's budgeted for 2 full-time employees. I have one evaluator position, which has been on the books now since 2023, I think, that's been unfilled. I've asked my court services team to do with what they have, and they've done a great job. And I'm okay with, I would recommend that we look at reducing one of those positions. That's a PAT 3, and starting out, frankly, I don't remember what that would be equivalent to in 2026. So I had 3 CSAM evaluators that were PAT 3s. And one of those we've held on filling since, it's been almost 3 years now. How am I doing there, Lisa? Okay. I'm sorry, I flipped the page on that. So I continue to be conservative in trying to keep my powder dry. I think that's the metaphor I like to use every year when we talk about user fee funds. Now is the time that I'm grateful that I've done that, and you've allowed me, both my divisions, both the probation and also the court services, to be able to do that, because we are going to continue to have to lean into those funds to help support services. We do have one position that is currently out of the lit fund. I will do my best not to lean into that. If indeed, for instance, if that position was pulled out of lit fund, it's one of my evaluators with court services, I would use up $125,000 per year just to cover that one position, and what I have in the bank through my user fee fund will be gone in a year and a half, I think. So that's where I'm trying to be cautious. I would also note that the net every year has been quite good on my probation user fee side, and quite good also on my court services side. I'm betting that next year we will net in the negative, just when you consider that I have 3 full-time positions on the on the probation user fee fund. I have 3 full-time positions and 2 part-time positions paid out of and funded out of that user fee. And with the increase in both salary and also insurance expenses, I think I'll be happy if we break even next year as far as expenditures versus what we collected.
Thank you.
Thank you, Barry. Thank you.
gotta do something. I mean, what do we, you know, because otherwise you're gonna get to the point where okay.
All right, let's get started again. Let's get this done.
Okay.
4 today, 3 tomorrow.
Okay. Okay.
Right, 4 today, yeah. Huh?
We're done at noon tomorrow.
If we don't get it figured out, we're gonna have to find another date for all of us to get together.
Oh, the BZA? Oh, come on, aren't you going? I'll watch on TV. I can sit back and live stream it.
Okay, everybody ready? Yep. Okay.
Okay.
All right, let's get back to the departments. Number 6510, magistrate.
Oh, magistrates. Page 50.
Page 53.
Yeah.
So the big one here is the $400,000, and that's for the juvenile detention that we have to, the juveniles who go through adult court. We have to pay, and that has gone up quite a bit. I think we've talked about this quite a lot, so that's what that big chunk of change is right there. Other than that, I think it's pretty straightforward.
Is the 400 enough? I hate to say. I mean, last year, in
Yeah.
25, we approved or adopted 150, but it was, a lot more than that. I think we gave an additional appropriation this year, correct?
Yes.
For 300, I think?
Yeah.
Or we could leave it 400. If we get to the point, they could ask for additional.
I think
and
that's
then
what we
handle
should
it that
do
way.
then,
Yep.
tie up money that we don't, yeah.
All right, that works.
Okay.
And what caused that jump from 23 to 24 that went up so much?
So the state decided that you can no longer house juveniles with adults.
Okay,
And sight and sound.
right.
Is that right, Sheriff?
Yeah, not that they were literally housed together, but, so we had to start finding other places to house them.
And the locations to do that are not obviously in this county, it's in other counties, and, yeah. And they can charge whatever they want to charge, pretty much.
And when they get filled with their own, the number of beds available become less and less, because they're going to take care of their own, and, correct, and we're going all over the state. Every corner of the state and in between.
That's why we need a helicopter.
Glad to see that's not in this budget. Or I wish it was so we could take it out.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else on that? Okay, 4D Commissioner.
On this one, again, same status quo for the most part and everything. Met with Judge Graham to go over this, and not a whole lot to it. We did move made it a full-time position from last year, hence the changes. So it went from part-time to full-time. If you look at some percentage increases in that.
Any questions? No? Okay, circuit.
So I think this is all very straightforward with the exception of the jury expense. And here we had a big discussion with Jennifer on where we want to put the jury expense. So we have another fund, I think it's 5842, I don't know if I have the number right, but where we have jury fund money. Historically, each court has done it a little bit differently. Some take money out of there, some don't, some take it out of the general fund. And we wanted to have a more logical way of telling what the courts what to do, like if, and I was kind of hoping, do you have that? Or Jennifer had a proposal for us to review for the jury pay, yeah. Oh, is that what you have up? Okay.
I wasn't for sure if that's what you
Yeah. So you can see in the far left, it's general fund is on top, and then in the bottom is the jury pay fund. We don't have enough money in the jury pay fund to fully fund it, so we have to take some money out of the general fund. The question is, and who do we tell to do what? And she gives you 3 different proposals. If you go up, can you scroll up just a little bit, because I think she makes some comments down there. So scenarios B and D align with revenue that we get from the jury fund. So the first one is the upper courts use the jury fund. Scenario B is the lower courts use the jury fund, and the upper courts obviously would use the general fund. Scenario C is we ask them all the courts to split it 50-50, and then scenario D is 75% comes from the general fund, 25% comes from the jury pool fund. The problems with C is that we don't have enough money in the jury pool fund, and the same thing with scenario A. What is that revenue? Is it 62,000? How much do we have in the jury fund pool? I have to look it up. I don't remember. My only concern with scenario B is that the upper courts are overloaded, so they're going to be moving some level 5 felony cases down to the lower courts, which means 12-person juries, which means their jury costs are going to go up in the lower courts. I don't have any idea how much. My proposal, I think, is to do scenario B and then see how it goes. B as in boy, yes, thank you. But I'm open to other thoughts. And really, this is just bookkeeping more than it is.
Thoughts, comments on that? It makes sense to me to do that.
Yeah, and maybe when Jennifer comes back, we can see if she has a different thought since she's not here. But that's what I would recommend at this point. So, having said that, getting back to the circuit court, we would have to make changes to that, so we'll just have to leave that open for now and move those numbers around. Because they do have requests in the jury pool fund that would have to go.
At the end of the day, it's the same amount, it's just where it's lies.
Right, and we're moving money around.
Yeah.
But it's the same amount, so. And that's going to be true for every court that we go through now, so I'm not going to go through that.
Yeah. Okay.
Every time. Any other questions about the circuit court? Okay.
On the pauper attorney, looks like they've spent 26 so far this year. I know we adopted 70 last year, and they're requesting the same amount. Is there any wiggle room?
You thinking we can lower it maybe?
Yeah, could we take it to 60? I mean, I know it's 10, but 10,000, but 10,000 for.
Anything else on circuit? Superior one?
Okay. So in Superior 1, they moved a part-time person to full-time, so that's why you've got that, and they split it with Superior 2, so that's why you've got that big increase in salary and the decrease in the part-time. I did ask about the pauper attorney, and he wanted to keep it pretty high. Pardon? Court 1 is Williams.
Did he maybe say why, since it's right now, with
Yeah,
6
it's at
months in, it's
18.
only 18?
I think it's just a billing issue, and
Yeah, it's a lot that's not paid yet.
I don't think he's here, so, yeah.
Could we knock that down $5,000-$10,000? I haven't seen where he's got 80,
2 in 2024.
82, and, I mean,
We can, and then they'll
He
have
can
to
always
come
come
back.
back.
I mean, if you
Yeah.
think it's worth him coming
it's
back.
still more than what was
Yeah.
requested last year.
Yeah.
So we thinking take 10 off?
Okay. Now, the one thing I think we probably, I don't know that he's, because of what Amy just told you about reducing the competency hearing costs on her end, that's going to show up in the courts. So there I think we're maybe not budgeting enough, but again, it's really hard to know. And, yeah.
3190, do you know what that one's about? So it looks like we haven't spent anywhere near the amount allocated this year.
Let's see what I have on my notes. Is that?
Maybe interpreter or something?
That's what I'm
So
guessing
remember
that
they
is,
talked about
yeah.
that? Yeah. But are we really expecting the cost to go up that much?
Yes, we're expecting, because we've got a lot more languages coming into
Yeah.
this community than
Yes.
we've had in the past.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that would be,
In the schools, we're seeing a lot of Haitian Creole.
Yeah.
Yep,
I've heard
that's
that.
It has
exactly-
been
Yeah.
one that is having to be a lot more than what I guess I'm accustomed to.
yeah, that's what
So
I'm hearing
that's a
too.
language that's not one you would assume would need a translator for. That's a little harder
Yeah.
to find.
It makes sense to me. I just would have thought that the 25 actual would have already been higher because of that exact reason.
Yeah.
So I guess that's what I'm surprised about.
It's a lot to do with billing on these
The
things.
billing cycles
Oh,
are.
okay, so it's just
Yeah.
not
And when-
reflecting it
There's a
really
real
yet.
lag,
Okay.
so we'll see
Okay.
Yep.
probably
I
first
gotcha.
quarter, end of first quarter, beginning second quarter, what these bills come.
Okay, okay,
Yep.
makes sense.
Anything else on one? What about two?
So again, it's the same with the person going from part-time to full-time. He does want some new chairs and some new keyboards, so that's the office supplies general.
This court too.
Yes, yes. Psych reports are up. And then for the training, he has a new employee.
Just curious, why doesn't the keyboards and all that stuff go through the IT department?
I don't know the answer to that. I'd have to
I
ask.
mean, I would think we'd try to have everybody go through the IT
I don't
department
know
because
if
they
that's
get,
specialized keyboards, but I can ask that question.
okay.
How about some new chairs? You say he wants new chairs in the courtroom, or
Yes, not in the courtroom, but I think in the office.
what's that on?
He's asking for a little bit more money, $2,000 for the whole year.
He paid himself.
Okay.
Anything else on two?
Through the pauper attorney's probably about right.
Mm-hmm.
It looks off, but yet,
Yeah.
when you think about the year before, 95.
Yep.
So,
Part of that billing,
billing,
and then 181 the year before.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it just amazes. Yeah, I'm sure services have been rendered already.
No. That one looks pretty good.
Anybody have any questions? Superior 5.
Again, I mentioned earlier that level 5 felonies are going to be moving down, so to those courts, 4, 5, and 7.
Anything on 6 to note?
Just the translators we talked about, which he's had already come back once for money.
Yep. What about 7?
One thing I'll note in 7 is they are picking up the commercial court as well, so that's a new role for Superior Court 7. They don't think there'll be very many trials associated with that, and he expects about 8 to 12 a year. But he is expecting the level 5 trials again, the felony level 5 trials.
Any questions? No? Lisa, you have anything else? All right. Superior 3.
Okay, we have a decrease for 1112, down to 41,393. Because of the way that person is paid from, I think it's from the state, so. And that is all of the changes. And did you have anything else?
I had 2220 For the institutional medical other supplies, we could go down to 15 if need be. I mean, that'll be pretty tight. Pauper attorney went up. The reason, increase in cases with the same case, multiple clients, I guess is how you word that, so need a lot of different representation that she anticipates. 3180, 350.
The institutional care costs are going up.
Yep, 385.
Did that go up from 23, 24 for similar reason that you
Yep.
were talking about
Yep.
before?
Exact same reason, yeah.
So I figured.
And
So when you
part of-
package it all together, and that's not including transportation costs and vehicle costs and fuel and time. 3190, professional services, that went up. There used to be grant funds for facilitation and psych assessments. I think as we've heard a common theme lately, grant funding is not as affluent as it once was, but still services need to be provided. So that's why it went up from 30 to 50. That's all I have.
Yep.
Any questions? Okay, Casa.
And Hillary is here.
I hear Hillary on the radio all the time, and I love it.
I just wanted to clarify as well when we were talking about the vacant positions. So I do have 3 vacant positions. The one administrative assistant position, it's a regular part-time. I have, the position Sadie was talking about that's currently posted is a full-time position. So I have an office manager, a full-time admin assistant, and then this regular the part-time admin position as well that we've discussed of defunding, so.
Don't.
I didn't recall
I
any
don't-
any
yeah.
adjustments to what you submitted. Wrong one.
You know, gas and oil, more miles from the volunteers for driving.
Correct.
Printing supplies going up a little bit because of the volunteer banquet.
Yep.
Also signage, because of having 15 to 20 new volunteers.
For billboards, yes, correct. Travel and training as well for our volunteers or staff and trying to get it to conferences, those sorts of things.
And because of fingerprinting for dues and subscriptions, you use that.
That is correct. And
For volunteers, there's more checking, so
absolutely.
it's about
Thank you.
a little bit. Thanks. And we did, okay. So again, let's go over the positions just to make sure that we know which ones. They were, we have an administrative assistant, regular part-time,
That is correct.
so we're taking that one.
Yep.
And then, or unfunding that one.
Yeah, we're not taking it.
No, we're unfunding.
No, I understand,
okay.
yes.
And then we had volunteer coordinator,
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes.
unfunding, and those were the 2? Or then the
The
Regular part-time.
attorney,
Okay,
yes,
okay.
that is correct.
So those are the 3 unfunded positions.
That are currently vacant and have been
Okay.
for some time, yes.
Two of those are on
Yep.
Yes.
We're trying. We're
Yeah.
trying. Hillary's been great to work with.
Yes, yes, thank you very much.
the, Okay.
Okay.
We have about 30 minutes.
Okay.
So, Health Department.
Because, where's Stacy? She says,
She just smiled.
here we go.
That's right. You always have a smile on your
I
face.
know she does.
Always.
I don't need 30 minutes. So I got the memo and I cut a lot. So, Ben,
Yep, I'm trying.
Okay.
Ben?
Which one?
salaries is the big number.
That's good. I can't reach.
The blade.
All right. Let me get to it. So, submitted, really wanting. Thank you. She's done a good job of really analyzing the needs of programs, of staffing, how to benefit the community with all the different areas that the health department covers, which is way more than anybody probably realistically imagines. Everything from environmental to the nursing division, to septics, to pools and everything like that. So as we alluded to earlier, she increased her revenue earlier, which was great, so thank you. Do you kind of want to walk us through all the changes, because you know it better than I do?
Sure. So, total overall for salaries, I cut $513,293. That is not impacting any of my programs, statutory services, or anything we do outside of those. So it's getting the right people in the right positions. And then speaking of salaries, when I was up on there, I'm not sure. I have 3 on there. I know off the top of my head, the regular part-time nurse, that can absolutely be gone. I've not tried to obtain that. And then the public health vaccinator. I just want to make sure that what you guys have on file, since my payroll is a ball of yarn the past couple of years. Those positions haven't been posted very long, so my understanding was they were posted for over a year, but I'm a little confused.
She's not wrong. It's been a complete ball of yarn. So we started with what is on file in my office org chart. The health department had a different org chart. Dr. Loomis came in and reorganized. So we had an org chart, but then he also had a behind-the-scenes org chart. Stacy inherited that mess and has since tried to fix it. And then there are jobs that on file in my office are called one thing, and then they have been on file in their office as a different thing. So it's not completely unusual that her and I are both confused, and we have had to go down some rabbit holes to figure out what is what. I know that doesn't really help, but. Yeah. No. Yours aren't that confusing. So you're saying the public health nurse, the part-time?
That can be axed
That one's
completely.
axed.
And then recently I had taken a RN position and actually bumped it to an MA because we cannot find RNs with 3 hospitals coming in. Really excited about that. So I just want to make sure that I match. I have an updated org chart. I have everybody's salaries we submitted, but like a public health vaccinator didn't exist in my world. They're public health nurses, so
Yeah.
I don't know if we need to meet maybe, or.
I can have an answer in the morning.
Okay.
For certainty on that.
Maybe an org chart. Okay. So then, and then a lot of my expenses, we're going to use our Health First Indiana funds for said expenses. Any questions on salary?
No.
And then a lot of my general fund expenses, I did move over into Health First Indiana to allocate a lot of those funds in, from our department, other departments, what it was used for, so. The general fund expenses, I went down over, what is that? I can't do that math in my head. A lot of money.
One change on the Health First Indiana is 3145. Went to zero because there's no contract workers for 26.
Nope.
And that was where all the contract workers were budgeted in the line item. A lot of this is just working with community partners to enhance services that are already there.
Such as this year, the villa updates, the ADA compliance was from Health First Indiana funding, things like that. So we're trying to do our due diligence to help the general fund.
Trying to help us all.
Yes. That was easy. Am I missing something? Okay.
No, thank you.
So I think the only other departments we have is highway and recorder. So Stu, you want to?
Recorder's easy.
Oh, I should
Yeah,
have that
because
first.
everything's out of graduation.
Yeah.
No, checked it out and did a couple things at this time.
What is the 9,800 miscellaneous? What's that usually? We have expenses in there, we don't have anything budgeted, but I'm just curious what that normally is. Is that the stuff we appropriate through the year, or? So stuff we have to pay but we don't appropriate?
Talking, I don't under, oh, here we go.
We'll find out.
Sometimes they're like court orders. General, like,
Hey, how are you?
Hey,
I'm good.
here we go.
I've gotten two questions about chips, so I'll just get that on the record real quick. One, our distributor that we generally use for the black fog that goes on after the computer's out, so we have to finish all the chip before we can switch tankers to make it black and put white lines on it. So you'll probably get calls from a lot of people that think we made their roads gravel.
Huh.
If that makes
I
sense.
asked him that question too, because
Well,
I've had numerous
So did John.
questions. Yeah.
So did John, so
Say, why is 500 gravel?
why is it gravel?
Yeah, why'd you make my road gravel?
Why'd you make my road gravel?
I think 800's that way right now, too.
Yeah,
Good.
yeah. But it's little stuff.
Yeah.
All right, so
Okay, here we go.
here we go.
Page
I gotta find the page.
69.
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
Anything you want to highlight for Stu before we?
There's just a couple things. Well, Cume Bridge, so the majority of our funding is, gas tax, excise tax, user fees. The only, we do have bridge funding comes out of a share of the property tax. So we have adjusted, we've reduced, we've used the Office of Fiscal Management and Analysis projections. I think we're pretty good. The only issue that ever came up on that is for some reason we've got some discrepancies in the payroll here and MVH where the numbers are different than what was in our workbook last year, so it shows like a large increase. But our numbers for last year on full-time was 1,178,000 and appointed was 170. So they're more in line with the request. And I've yet to quite figure out what happened there, but it all adds up with the salary statement and everything. So that's pretty much that. The only real thing that might catch your eye is in our major bridge fund, we have like a $5 million or line item, which we only make $1 million a year, but that's coming out of our cash balance. What we've normally done in the past is on large projects like this where we have federal funding, we'll come to you after the letting with an exact number and appropriate it. This letting is the 1st of January. And the timing of it makes it very difficult for us to approach you. So what we did was we put in a conservatively large number so we won't have to appropriate to pay our bill on that bridge. Those are the only things I can think of that are of interest, unless you have something else. Try to get you out of here early. That all? Okay.
Position that's been open for a
Yes.
year or more.
Yes.
Program engineer.
Yes. We're in discussions right now with our best candidate. And my intention is, if this one doesn't fall through, I'll probably pull it out of advertisement and look to fill project supervisor, a lower technical position to help out. If this does work out in first of the year, I've got that position filled, then I won't have to worry about it because I've got an engineer rather than a supervisor that should be able to do that stuff.
Okay.
But I'm hedging my bet on who I can get. And quite frankly, I'm not holding my breath. We had a couple of meetings that looked really good, and then I sent them all the paperwork, and that's been over a week. So I'm a little
nervous about it.
bit.
Yeah.
But we're doing budgets now, so
Yeah.
I just want to cover, and like I said, we're within that. The Cume Bridge or the property tax, the more dangerous one of the funds.
I would add that this is an important, very important, it's a critical position for the county. Otherwise, we're just going to be seeing higher contractual obligations. Also, of course, reducing this unfunding, is that how you're putting it? This position doesn't help your overall question because it's a different fund.
We're a dedicated
Right.
fund, so it doesn't help. But hopefully, he just wants to be able to get this new guy in, and then he can tell me to hit the bricks.
All right.
Another engineer.
Right.
Right.
But I think just to be consistent, we just need to talk about the positions that are.
Understand. It's been open for a couple of years.
Yeah.
However,
But hopefully.
I'm not sure the county can handle another engineer, but
City has 2 and they do just fine.
All right,
In
thank
fact,
you.
they love them.
Thanks, Stu.
That
Yeah,
it?
thank you.
On this Cume Bridge here, like 226,
Mhm.
that's a minus 8 million. Less we're gonna receive, that's the 3.2%, that's what that is.
Yeah,
That's the less.
it's a little confusing.
In
I was playing,
2028, this is,
2028 is the worst
yeah,
year.
I see that, 12 million.
Yeah. I think 8%. It's an 8% net deduct off of growth, which, you know, there's a lot of weird stuff in there, and Jennifer can probably, where is Jennifer?
Let them work, baby.
She can speak to that, but, I mean, they project negative 5.4 this coming fiscal year, negative 6 the year after that, and then another negative 8 after that. You put all that together, it's a pretty big loss over the 3 years. However, when we were looking at it, they're projecting that loss based on a baseline growth. And for Tippecanoe County, they're using a baseline growth of 7.4%. Well, last year, I don't know, not general, but Cume Bridge, which should reflect the rest of them, it grew by more than 10.4%, and our 6-year average growth is 9.4, and they're using 7 as their baseline. So, and, I mean, we honored it when we did our budget, but I think they're being a little conservative in the projected losses, because this is a high-growth county. I mean, I can tell you right now, we've probably got 2,000 units in development right now. That's a lot of growth. So, we'll see. It'll be what it is. But yeah, it adds up over the 3-year period to a big number. That it? Thanks.
Recorders. Page 74.
Yeah.
John or Ben, do you have anything in regards to recorders? No? Okay. See, 84. No? All right, anybody have any questions? Anybody else?
We're going to find 4 million.
I don't know. All right. Okay. I guess we got 5 minutes. Tomorrow we'll review everything again and see if we can't figure out the 4 million. What are we at? 4 million.
Could,
Okay.
Sadie, do you think that, we had a little bit of a discussion at break when you talked about unfunding positions, and we can still have them posted someplace? Can you speak to that
Yeah,
as
so
we're leaving?
when Zach was up there and we talked about the concerns of his position, I'm not uncomfortable with recruiting for the position. There's not, to my knowledge, any state code that says that we can't post the position because it's unfunded. If we were to eliminate the position, then we certainly wouldn't want to post it. So if we want to unfund it, fine. I'm happy to still keep it posted. The issue becomes his timeline of recruiting. If we have to appropriate the funds within 6 to 8 weeks, then that person's start date may get pushed out, and that could hinder him a bit. But it's absolutely fine on my end if we recruit without a quote-unquote funded position.
But don't we kind of account for that with the 96% or the percentage that we take for those, or do we want to, I don't know. I'm just talking to the council more, I think, than. Do you know what I'm saying? We could go in there and zero it out, but we kind of already account for it a little bit, at least, with the percentage that we.
We have that extra for as-needed expenses, things pop up.
Yeah.
And I
Yeah.
understand. I was
Yeah.
just, she had just made that mention, and I know that we had had that discussion, and that was a concern about being able to post that position, so.
Is there a sheet that says, okay, at 97%, we need to get that gap? What if we do 96%? What is that number? So usually she has something prepared.
Right.
'Cause she's pretty awesome like that. I'm just curious, I'm trying, as we think through options and avenues and, so we can sleep on it and. She's got to put it in DLGF.
We're good.
Or Gateway.
GF.
Yeah.
I don't know that.
No, I was
That's
just
what it
curious.
reflects. The 97 hasn't changed, even though the 4 million's come down from
Yeah.
7.
So it's 3.3.
About 800,000 a percent.
But she's saying it's coming in at 98 for the year.
Yeah.
Right.
This year.
But it seems like we're funding it, like everyone's fully staffed, so that's a big difference.
Right.
Yeah.
That's a good problem.
Yeah.
It is,
It is.
absolutely.
So one comment on the 98%, and I could be completely off basis because she's not here, but we did take 3 million that we weren't anticipating using and moved it to 4710. So that could add to why we're projecting so high this year. Just a thought.
3 million.
3 million removed.
Yeah, because it was going down at a faster rate than what we're collecting.
Will Jennifer be here tomorrow?
It depends on how she's feeling.
TBD.
She's really sick. Okay, well, I guess we need to just think about it, come back, circle back tomorrow, and we start at 8:30 with public comment tomorrow morning, so, and then we'll continue the discussion. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks.